Hello, wonderful people. Oh my goodness, Felicia Lee and I, Marie Ferguson, are so excited to be with you today for Global Youth Uniting, our Youth Empowerment Summit. And it has been a dream in the waiting, hasn't it, Flea, to just bring this vision to life and to finally be here today.
Oh, absolutely. When this all started, it was like, this is for the kids. We're doing it for the kids. My why was on my computer. It's for the kids, to guide the kids, but more importantly, to listen. I know growing up, many adults just dismissed what I had to say. And it's like, but this is important. This could change things. This could make things better. And we often disregard the voices of our youth. And this is where we get to actually hear what they want to say and different ways in which we as adults can assist and grow with them.
Yeah, it's so exciting. And before we begin our opening keynotes with ourselves and the beautiful Bronwyn Bergen from Star Kids Life Coaches, I just wanted to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land and lands of which we're all gathering and pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging. And here in Australia, we are very privileged to be connecting in this particular summit with people across 6 countries with our speakers. And we have our youth ambassadors, particularly from Australia and the US, and also South Africa joining us as well. So it's so exciting to be here. And I know both Felicia and I and Bronwyn are looking forward to sharing why this summit is so powerful and why we came together. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Global Youth Uniting, our exciting Global Youth Empowerment Summit. And I am here with my beautiful co-host and partner in Awakening, Felicia Lee from Awakening Academy. And we also have our gorgeous collaborator and affiliate, Bronwyn Bergen, all the way from the States, and Star Kids Life Coaches. Oh my goodness, it has been a journey to get here. And beautiful Flea and I have had this vision of actually creating a space where we can have conversations with young people and adults. And I know when meeting Bronwyn earlier in the year in another beautiful event space online, it was like, yes, let's work together and let's see what happens. And we're here. Flea, how are you feeling about it?
I actually didn't, I don't know why. I had a feeling it wasn't going to go ahead. And it's like, yeah, no, we've been planning all year. Everything's there. And then for whatever reason, in the last couple of weeks, I went, maybe it won't go ahead. Maybe it won't happen. And a lot of that was, I guess, in searching for our beautiful youth and the interest and the confidence to speak, which was something that really shocked me. I was like, surely, like from all the kids I've spoken to in schools, that some of them would have something that they want to share, like kids I mentor. It's like, there has to be some, right? And so I guess that sort of brought a little bit of fear in. It's like, maybe it's not something that's really wanted. It's not something that's really needed. So that was something that popped up, but I'm so glad that it is finally here and that everything is tied together. We've gone through hurricanes and all sorts of, weird weather, internet glitches, technology just chopping and changing all year to actually be here and go, we're doing it. We are going to share the message and the voice to improve the quality of life for all people, really, not just the young, but for everyone.
I love that. And that piece around confidence, I know, Bronwyn, you really tap into that in the work that you do with your coaches and your community. And this is probably one of the key reasons where I was like, well, this has to happen then. And it was interesting to see that shift of now young. We've got an amazing array of young people. So it's so wonderful. And I can't wait for the audience to just hear their stories and their insights. But this piece around confidence is a thing, starting from young to even now as adults. So, Bronwyn, how are you feeling about it all? And would love for you to share a little bit more about you and what you do with Star Kids Life Coaches.
Yes. So thank you so much. I mean, I am equally as excited. I have also been talking to so many people about this summit since we started planning it. Feels like ages ago. And the pure, keen look on people's face when I describe what we're doing is so true and valid. And then so many people have said to me, please give me the information, share it. Like people I didn't expect that would do so. So I'm super excited. But I am even more honored to be part of this amazing first annual event and tell you a little bit about Stars Kids Life Coaches. And, I am so thrilled to have the opportunity to talk about what we do and my coaches. But we're a program that is dedicated to empowering and guiding young minds towards their fullest potential, whatever that might look like. And people say, well, why did you start this? Why did you start this business? And I was an educator for 30 years and I loved what I did. But what I started to see was a very big shift in our youth. And what I mean is I saw a lack of confidence in our kids, a rise in anxiety and worrying, and just the lack of resiliency. And one example I like to use is I had a student at the time who came in, typical day, unpacking their backpack and had a smile on their face and was ready to start the day. And I watched them trying to unzip their jacket and it just wouldn't go. It wouldn't go. It wouldn't go. And they tried for 2 or 3 times. And right after that, they just stopped and had a complete and utter meltdown. And I walked over and I said, it's a zipper. We can figure this out together. But ultimately, it ruined their entire day. And I thought, what is happening? Where are these coping mechanisms? Where is this resiliency in our children? And what is happening? So I thought, not every single child needs a therapist. I felt like there was a gap. There was a middle there. There was a void that needed to be filled in. And I thought, what's better than kids life coaching? There's adult coaches. Why aren't there coaches for children? So at Stars Kids Life Coaches, we focus on helping children and teenagers navigate the complexities of growing up. Our mission is to provide and support guidance and provide tools for them and to put in their toolbox when needed, build resiliency, self-confidence, and just essential life skills. I tell the parents all the time of, when they reach out to Stars, that we are creating lifelong skills. Like they're going to be having this toolbox of strategies that they're going to pull out, hopefully for the rest of their lives. And we work with kids from diverse backgrounds, and we create a tailor-made approach and have individualized programs for each child. Our services include one-on-one coachings, but some of my coaches do group workshops, perhaps in the summer or after school. We design engaging activities for our children that foster personal growth and development. We cover a wide range of topics, such as confidence building, time management, which I'll be speaking on later in the week. I'm super excited. Emotional intelligence, building healthy relationship and social skills, and much more. It really runs the gamut as to why parents reach out. But we address these areas and we aim to equip our young clients with the skills they need to thrive in school and outside of school, whether it's their family, social, and so on. But what really drives Stars Kids Life Coaches is our passion, our coaches' passion, my passion for making a positive impact in the lives of the children and teenagers that we work with. We believe that every single child has the potential to shine brightly, hence the name Stars. And our goal is to help them discover the unique talents and strengths that they all have. Some of them don't believe they have that. That's our job to help them believe that. But we're passionate about creating a safe and supportive environment where kids feel heard, understood, valued. But seeing a transformation of our young clients as they gain this confidence and achieve their goals is the most rewarding for us and for families. But our passion is really fueled by, the success stories that the children that we work with, overcoming challenges, achieving these successes, and building meaningful relationships with whomever that looks like, in their life. But the soul of our program, my program, is my incredible team of coaches that I have. And you'll get to meet so many of them this week. And I'm super excited for you to meet them because, they're just not coaches. They're mentors, and they're passionate individuals. They're deeply committed to the growth and well-being of the kids that they work with. Each coach brings a unique set of skills, experiences, and perspectives, creating rich and diverse teams that can connect children on multiple levels. They're trained, highly trained. They get backgrounds in education, psychology, social work, related fields, and then they go through rigorous training through STARS Kids Life Coaches. But more importantly, they just love kids. They're passionate about kids, and they see such potential, and they just want to take everybody to their next level. One of the things that I feel that sets our coaches apart is that ability to build strong, trusting relationships like you do, with all of your clients. They listen, they understand, they guide, they have patience and respect. So really, whether it's helping a child manage their emotions, their time better, their executive functioning skills, overcoming a personal challenge, they're a source of encouragement. They are dedicated, and they're there through the entire journey that the child and the parents and the family, go through. So, I like to think that we're just more than a coaching program. It's a community, and we're dedicated to nurturing the potential of every child, really, and about empowering them, building that confidence level, and just making a difference, one child at a time. So,
those values just really align with what we're doing with Awakening Academy, and this is why we've come together. And on top of your amazing coaches, we have such an array of fabulous teachers, mentors, facilitators, parents as well, teaching beautiful workshops, joining in panels and conversations, sharing their insights from 6 countries. US, Australia, India, Brazil, Canada, and South Africa. This is the piece around community and what we really value and foster at Awakening. Similarly to you, Bronwyn, this is why we're so passionate together, is that collaboration. How can we share in community? And I know beautiful Flea is going to dive into this concept around tribe, community coming together, but how can we collaborate more and share the insights across different places and spaces using technology, but also inviting that deep questioning and insight and inspiration. So, Flea, I know you've got a beautiful background in education. I'd love for you to share just some of your expertise and wisdom and what you're passionate about with this platform and your keynote today.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting world, education, and a very eye-opening one. I grew up in a world of trauma, so the understandings of the world for me were shifted greatly. I was open to things that most people had no concepts of. I had a freedom and a liberation that was very harmful, really. And growing up into my adult years, I could see that playing out in my relationships and also what was driving me. And I kind of went, okay, well, I need to go where I can make a difference, where I can be the voice that's going to guide people into the best versions of themselves, because I've seen the worst. I've lived with the worst. And so I want to inspire people to come into the fullness of themselves. What I was faced with, however, in the public industry here in Australia, we don't have those coaches. We don't have those communities. And for a lot of our lower income families, they have nothing. They don't even have a school system that supports them. And this infuriated me because I was in schools where you know, there were kids that you could see would be top leaders. They had so much heart, so much passion, but yet they didn't have books. They didn't have resources. They didn't even have consistent teachers because the behaviors were so bad that there was no one there for them. And it broke me. It broke me to the point that I up and shifted my life, and I went through this mass spiritual awakening where it's like, this is not life. This is not the way we should be. I should not be hitting 40, 50 going, what else is there? Like, I don't want to be here. And if I don't want to be here, how can I inspire young people to want to be here? And that's what I was faced with day in, day out. Oh, if I'm lucky to make it to 30 miss, that'll be fine. Young people going, oh, that's not going to be my life. I can't expect anything like that. Those dreams, those passions, that spark, the life was just gone. And I went, I'm not inspiring anyone. I'm not doing any good in this environment. And, like meeting you, Bron, I love that you've built this community, but that community is for people there. And this is what fostered Awakening. And it was like, okay, well, we need to be everywhere. We need to have the coaches. We need to have the therapists. We need to have the teachers, the educators. We need to have the support system that is there, because our economy has made us addicted to being isolated. We do it through our foods and through our poor nutrition, because we have to work hard to eat healthy. So by working hard to eat healthy, we're then away from our families. We then feel guilt and shame and all of these emotions and mindsets that our kids too are feeling, because all you have to do is sit and listen to them, to hear them explain, like, I just want people to love me. I just want my mum at home, or I just want to spend time here. Like, we hear it, but we're not listening because we are addicted. And as someone who has suffered with addiction, and knowing that, it can take a hold, and it is easy to fall back into what is easy and to go, okay, well, I don't care. Nobody else cares. Why should I? Right? But the thing is if every single person just goes, well, I'm not going to care unless you do, nothing's going to change. And we're all at this precipice now where I need people that want to be in their industries, that love what they do, because if I end up in a home, I don't want to be smothered by my carer. I want to know that that young person actually really loves caring for people. They really love their job that much. I want to know that when I buy furniture, it's made with care. When I buy clothing, it's made with love. And you can tell, because when you put it on your body, when you've bought a homemade item, or, you've made your own paintings or whatever, just looking at it gives you a sense of togetherness. Oh, a friend of mine painted that for me. You've always got that story. You've always got that connection. And our kids don't have this because we're not demonstrating it for them. In our homes, we're away. Where is our community? And this is the thing I noticed growing up, because I didn't have that. But I'm recognizing it now as being the most detrimental part of our society, is that we do not have a safe person at home. And yes, we can't really do anything about that. We do have to work. We do have an economy that means we have to be away from our family. But where are these safe spaces? Where can our kids go other than the streets, where they're supported? Where can they find their inspiration and have somebody actually show them the ways into who they are? Maybe it is creating an art piece, and all they need is an environment where they can just play. Perhaps they want to be on a podcast. We've had beautiful young people that are going to be speaking at this event say, this would be great. I would love to interview adults and actually see what it is that got them to that point. Successful adults. This is what young people want, and we don't listen. So for me, this is what this academy is about, and it's creating that spark, and it's creating creativity again, because it's through things like this. I know I get lost, but I also find so much value and learning through the intricate designs, through creating a story, through sharing the process, and even some of the heartbreak that happens, when you stuff something up and it's like, I just want to throw it in the bin and it's all gone. But it's more than that, because those mistakes, those errors of life, the things that really truly mean something to us, when we keep persisting, when we keep loving and supporting and growing, that's when we expand. That's when innovation and life and everything gets to be possible. anyone can be an actor if they truly love it, if they truly desire it. It's in their soul. And you shouldn't be prevented from that because of your upbringing or because you were unfortunately selected the wrong the wrong family in this dynamic in your eyes, or whatever it is, if we go down that line. So there's a lot of ways in which we can create inspiration. But we have to start by creating the space for them, giving them the opportunities to actually share what's important. And you'll find over the course of this week, it's quite surprising. They're not as interested in as many things that we think they should be.
Thank you, Clee. So inspiring, and your expertise, and you've taught from babies all the way to adults, and you're still practicing and teaching and doing relief work, and you still see these sides similar to myself. And I think that's what keeps me grounded and inspired to shift out of that old mindset that you're wanting to create more opportunities. And that's why we work so well together, and why we collaborate with people like Bronwyn and all of these amazing speakers. We've got 27 amazing adults joining us, and I think it's 8 young people. Oh no, there's more now. There's about, I think 12 amazing teens, and there's a couple of younger ones too that have a very strong voice sharing their insights. And it's been so wonderful to also hear the reflections on our youth surveys, parents also sharing insights of like, I really enjoyed, asking my kids some of these questions on the topics that are in here, and to hear their responses. So we're going to be sharing those insights throughout the summit as well, in a combination of video, written word, sound, audio, and weaving it together in a really inspiring way. And these pieces of noticing the disconnect, noticing the lack in resilience, in confidence, in safe spaces, and knowing that even online, which can be seen as a really, really negative space and dangerous place, which it can be like anywhere in the world, it can also be such an amazing place for inspiration, an amazing place to connect with people from around the world, a powerful platform to engage and learn. And guys, this is streaming for free. You get to access it very short if you are here live and to absorb everything in. But if you want to access the replays, come and connect with us, because we will share them with you. And I know you're going to be like, I really need to hear that again, or I need to share this with somebody else. Because what is being shared in this space and this platform and over these next few days is going to be really, really inspiring. And these young people that Felicia and I have been mentoring have been very blessed to have amazing parents that have allowed them to build their confidence, where they said yes, where they're putting themselves out there and to be in a space to talk to adults about things that perhaps are not in their realm of like, I wouldn't really talk about this with my friends, but they're there talking about it, sharing their insights, and they're really powerful. And I can't wait for you guys to hear some of their mini keynotes in our panel discussions. So yes, we've got some great workshops and bite-sized pieces for you guys and parents to take away. But teens, kids, if you're listening in with your parents, there is going to be such inspiration for you as well to just hear some of these amazing stories. Like, I'm going to talk about beautiful Maddie, 14, in the US. She has her own business and her story is phenomenal. And like Flea was saying, like tapping into your passion, tapping into like, you know what, I really love doing this and I'm going to share that with the world. And I can't wait for you to meet Prashanti and Marley and Liam as well. And we've also got some amazing young eco-entrepreneur teens from South Africa joining us in a very special panel as well. So there is so much in this summit that you're going to be inspired by. And I really want to speak into this piece around inspiration. Sometimes we think, I just got to get this bit done and tick this off on the list and do this and then action this. And then maybe sometimes we lose motivation. And how do we get inspired again? How do we get motivated again? And are platforms like this enough? Is inspiration enough to get you over the line? And I'd like to think yes, because every step that I have made in my life has been from a calling, a place of being inspired, either when I was a teenager by a teacher. My dance teacher and my drama teachers were my biggest inspirations, my biggest mentors. And coming from a home where I was very privileged, but a lot of the perfectionism traits were embedded, particularly with my Asian heritage as well. Have to get the A's, have to do this, be the top, 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 top. And there was so much pressure. And it was teachers that inspired me to go, hang on, can I come back to my heart? Can I come back to play and creativity? And in that place of passion and dancing and drama and just stepping into other characters, there was something inside here that just sparked inside. And that spark I see in these young people that are going to be joining us in this summit. That spark I feel in Bronwyn and Felicia, that spark of inspiration is more powerful than you think. And when we create spaces like this, where you are listening into conversations, where you're learning and taking in from adults or from young people, there might be a spark within you that gets you to think a different way. Perhaps if you're a young person listening in and you're inspired by these young people, or even us oldies, there might be something that goes, hang on, if Felicia came from such hard conditions and she's now living this way and living from her heart and following her passion to be a light, to be a spark, to create more joy in the world and what she loves doing and creating. If Bronwyn saw that disconnect and has now got a team of people supporting her vision, and if people have seen like how I continue to just be myself and create dances for kids or adults or speak on platforms and talk about hard things that maybe not many people like to hear about, and give voice to that and spark from here, from here, from here, and embody that. My goodness, what a world we get to co-create together. And this is the power of inspiration. This is the power of just doing the thing, talking to people, connecting, because you never know what's going to happen. And this beautiful space, there are going to be sparks for those listening and the people participating that are going to inspire you to take action here, or maybe inspire you to talk differently to your parent or your teacher or your siblings. Maybe inspire you as a parent to go, hang on a second, maybe I've forgotten what it's like to be 13, 14, because their bodies are going through so much. Maybe I just need to soften a little bit and ask my teen, what is it that you want? Maybe these sparks of inspiration and these questions then get to open more doors and what's possible for your own relationships, for your own motivation, and for your own creativity and joy and that passion that each one of us have shared. And maybe that's enough. And I invite you to tune in when you can, because we are streaming in multiple places and spaces. I invite you into conversation. I invite you to engage and ask questions and tune in. If you are brave enough, I invite you to go, hey, can I come and join this? And we'll send you a link to come and join. And come and play and come and learn and come and grow and come and have dialogue. because that is what we're creating here. And I know this is going to spark more opportunities in the future, because there's so many wonderful people, so many beautiful souls that are here, parents, facilitators, teachers, teens, young people, and it's just going to be so inspiring. So thank you so much. And I usually like to start this, but I got so carried away with starting this process. But I do want to thank the traditional custodians of the land on which we are all from, and pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging, because it's the ancestors before us that inspired us to learn from the past so that we can make change for the future. This is what it's about. So thanks. Thank you so much. Stay tuned, guys. More coming up soon. Julianne is a certified kids life coach on a mission to inspire and empower children of all ages. She is passionate about coaching children on how to overcome their challenges, adopt a winning mindset, and become the best version of themselves. are back. Oh, so much fun. You know, folks, to put a summit together is a lot of work. And I just really have to honor beautiful Felicia. This is her sixth one in a row. And she is such a pro at it. But then sometimes we have little moments where things pop up and then we just have to laugh, don't we, Flea?
We do. It is definitely a challenge being a host as well as a, I
Producer.
guess, programmer. So, like, having to remember what I'm doing at all times. It's like, oh, that's right, I'm on. I need to quickly set up a scene, but you need to be quiet. And somebody asks you a question and you answer it, and you just, yeah. So, what happens in these beautiful little platforms, which our lovely teens are going to be investigating over the next year, is that sometimes you are live with audio, but not live with video. And what you would have noticed at the very beginning was us chatting and having a nice, relaxing breath because we were getting ready to come live, which meant that our audio was, but our video wasn't. And that's why you get to hear us talking over the things in the background, is because we're getting ready to come, but we're just jumping ahead of ourselves and don't know how to mute our microphones or unmute. That seems to be a thing too.
Yeah, so just really honoring that. And there's so much work that goes into the back end. And we have such amazing array of coaches and speakers and presenters. And sometimes people come and go, and there's so many edits and versions. So sometimes when you have a small team of people, it's really interesting to, figure out how we're going to save things and communicate and make sure everything's all in flow. But, I'm just really proud of us, Flea, for doing what we've been doing, running Awaken Academy and summits and events like this online and in person has been such a whirlwind, such a learning. And imagine if young people could do this and we get to support them in that. Like, imagine having them host things like this for other kids and teens, whether it's here on Facebook, YouTube, snippets of this might be going to TikTok or Instagram later. It doesn't matter. It's like this piece around amplifying the voices through amplifying the reach with the technology that we have. And that's the beauty about having a platform like this that can connect with people around the world. And, we've got so many beautiful speakers coming up. And we want to just tell you briefly about today's program. If you're listening in, to get excited, to tune in. And our next guest coming up is beautiful Julianne, who's going to be talking about taming ants. She'll dive back into it. And ants is like looking at the automatic negative thought patterns that we can have and how we can position them into positive thoughts and reframe our mindset. And Flea, after Julianne, we have the amazing Tim. And what's Tim going to be diving into?
Oh, Tim is fueling your drive. So this is understanding the intrinsic versus the extrinsic motivation. So definitely something I need to hear more
Oh,
about.
I know. I always use, like, Flea and I have a background in education, and I always use extrinsic motivation, like you get a sticker or you get a stamp or you get a treat. But then how can we reframe it to like those internal motivators? I think that's going to be really exciting. So parents, if you're listening in, this is going to be a great one for you. We also have our panel coming up, which I'm really excited about because we've got some really beautiful young voices and kids who are featuring in this panel with adults, and it's called Stop Crying. And what if we let our kids feel fully? Because I know growing
Mm,
up, and I still see it actually, people go, just stop crying, just suck it up, put your big boy pants on, be a big girl. And it's like, well, what if we actually reframed that and felt those
mm.
emotions and created more safer spaces? So we have some amazing people joining us there. And then I think Julianne's back with us again, isn't she, Flea?
Absolutely. We've got lots and lots of special guests and special topics to talk about. So this one is mastering our emotions, which is building your EQ and managing big feelings. Like, we really do need to understand this, and that goes hand in hand with what Tim is talking about as well, and what you just said, Marie. Why do we have to stop crying? Why can't we feel our emotions? These are the things that hold us back and create a lot of harm later on in our adult lives, and it's time that we start addressing them now so that these beautiful young people have some emotional intelligence moving forward into their world.
I love that. And we've also got the beautiful Paula Branners. Again, we've got this big theme today around understanding emotions. So she's looking at emotions and self-regulation, navigating your inner world. So I love this beautiful thread and this flow, particularly for parents who are finding this topic, really big in their little people or their teens who are changing hormones. And we've got some other amazing guests later on that we'll tell you more about. But without any further ado, let's listen into our beautiful intro with Julianne. Julianne is a certified kids life coach on a mission to inspire and empower children of all ages. She is passionate about coaching children on how to overcome their challenges, adopt a winning mindset, and become the best version of themselves.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, Julianne. Such a pleasure to have you a part of this beautiful summit. How are you feeling today?
So happy to be here. Thank you. I'm so happy to be a part of this. Thank you for having me today.
Beautiful. Without any further ado, please take it away.
Okay. So just a quick introduction. I am a kids life coach and I am very passionate about what I do. I love children, and I am on a mission to inspire and empower children in any way that I can. I am bringing a really important topic to you today, and that is how to manage negative thoughts. I really struggled with this as a kid and didn't learn about how to tame my negative thoughts until I became a kids life coach. So with that in mind, we can learn this at any age. We can start young, we can start older, you can start now if you're watching. And it's something that can really help you kind of remove limits in your life, remove doubt, remove worry, all those kinds of things that hold us back from becoming the best version of ourselves, right? That's what a lot of kids life coaches are out there doing. I think adult coaches too. We're all trying to help people find the best version of themselves and grow into that. So let's begin. I'm going to share some really fun slides today. So hopefully all this will work. Let me bring it to you. Okay. And I'm just going to put it in my slideshow mode. Awesome. All right. So friends, we're going to talk about, like I said, taming negative thoughts today. Let's begin with that. All right. So my question for you is, oops, we're going too fast there. What is the thought? Can anyone type into the chat what a thought is? Okay. Hoping that my screen sharing is looking good here because I don't know how this is going. Is this looking good? Okay, great. Now I can see what I look like on Vimeo. For a moment, I thought that maybe everything was gone, but it's not. Great. All right, friends. So this, believe it or not, is not a trick question. This is a real question. Who can tell me, who could type into the chat, what is a thought? Okay, an energy and an idea. Yes. So could be a memory. It could be an idea. It could be a thought that piles on top of another thought. It could be so many things, right? And that's what I want you to kind of tune into is like how many of these little synapses in your brain are going on a daily basis? Lots of them, right? Let's continue. Oh, okay, I'm back out of my thing. All right. Continuing on, I want to know in the audience if anyone here can guess how many thoughts we think in a day. A person, anybody. Go ahead and type it into the chat if you have an idea how many thoughts we might think in a day. There's a lot of them. I'll give you that much of a hint. Some people say like 300. Some people say like 5,000. Thousands. Some people said thousands. You're absolutely right. It is thousands. Let's look at just how many there are. 50,000 thoughts. That is what the researchers believe after studying people's brains and tracking neurons firing and all that. So yeah, we think a lot of thoughts every single day. And of those 50,000 thoughts, how many do you think are negative? I'd also like to check the chat on that one. Does anyone have an idea? 7,000. Believe it or not, it's a bigger number. It's quite large, in fact. Believe it or not, researchers that have studied our brain and our thoughts believe that about 35,000 or 70% of our thoughts could be considered negative. Ooh, that's a lot of negativity going on, right? Maybe you were surprised with that number. Maybe you weren't. But a lot of people are usually pretty shocked when they see that. So we have a fun name that we can call these thoughts. We call them automatic negative thoughts because we're not really trying to think them on purpose. They're just coming up, right? They're popping up. Psychologists will call them cognitive distortions or distorted thinking, right? But we like to call them ants for short. Now, why? Why would we think negative thoughts, right? You might be asking like, well, why would my brain want to produce so many negative thoughts? Is it helpful? No. Is it to keep me in line? Not really. Wonder why. If anybody knows, I'm going to ask you to type it in the chat. Okay, checking the chat. All right. Looks like, oh, somebody typed in protection. That's a great guess. I'm going to tell you why. What I know anyway. Researchers believe that our brain has held on to some things that are like old mechanisms that we have from the time when we were in our hunter-gatherer period, right? When we were out hunting for our food, or we were out searching in the forest, and maybe not only were we looking for prey, but the prey, we were also prey, right? and since then, our brain has not really developed that much, although civilization has, right? So sometimes you could say, our brain's not, so it needs an update, right? So you could kind of think about this as a way of updating your software in your brain, okay? So the truth is our brain likes to keep us safe because it wants to keep us alive. And it's on the lookout for potential threats, what it thinks could be a potential threat. And it also likes to conserve energy. So sometimes when we have to try something new that requires effort and energy, our brain's like, no. That's gonna spend too much fuel. I don't want to think about that. So that's something else just to keep in mind. So we had those tigers and lions in the past, maybe that we were fighting. But nowadays, we have modern lions and tigers. We have things that are like an argument with a friend, or a really difficult test, or a bully. Maybe we have getting in trouble with our parents, for staying on a device for too long. Now, we know that these things are not really life-threatening. However, they can make our brain feel like it's not safe, right? And it's our brain's job to alert us when it's thinking like, is there anything that could be a threat here, right? And it's going to be constantly having us think about what could go wrong or what it perceives as a concern or a worry, right? Okay, so now I would like to talk to you a little bit about what these kinds of ants are and what are they exactly, right? We're gonna dig in a little more. I'm gonna show you some categories. There's actually lots and lots of categories, but I'm gonna bring to you some of the main ones that we talk about when we look at ants, just so you can start to identify them a little bit better. Okay, so we have the first one, the all or nothing ant. This ant thinks in terms of extreme thinking, like all or nothing, or we could say even black and white, right? Two different extremes, right? So things like, I never win, thinking that thought, or, oh, they always get to go first, or It's no use. She never listens to my ideas anyway. Or they always ignore me. Why should I even bother? Or he always gets to choose what we do. Or nothing good ever happens. So, right, these are statements that maybe you have thought to yourself one time, or maybe you have heard a friend say out loud before, or a parent or a family member or whomever, right? The idea is these are very natural thoughts to think. And the idea is that they're extreme. And I want you to notice that in all of these all or nothing statements, there are some keywords that can help you recognize that it's an all or nothing statement. Words like always, never, or ever. Those are kind of the key that you may be having an all or nothing thought. Okay, the next one is called the all about me thought. And the all, or ant, I should say, the all about me ant is an ant that's like about like self-blame, or, putting fault on yourself for something that maybe you really didn't have control over, right? So all about me ants could be like, everyone's going to think I'm so weird if I tell this joke. Or you tell a weird joke and you tell a joke and you think, oh, everybody must think I'm so weird. Ooh. Or everyone, you walk into a room and you could be like, oh, I spilled ketchup on my shirt, or coffee, or whatever, something that people could see. And you could go, oh, everybody's going to see the stain on my shirt. Ah. And maybe nobody's looking at the stain. You're just thinking that they are. Or they laughed at me when I tripped. They must think I'm an idiot. Or, oh, I didn't answer their text last night. Now they're going to think I don't care, or I'm not a good friend. Or, he seems like he's in a bad mood today. I wonder if I did something to upset him. These are all about me ants. And they're damaging, right? Because they cause us to put blame on ourselves. And it's just not helpful, right? Let's move on. We've got another ant. This is one called just the bad. And just the bad is kind of that doom and gloom outlook, right? Like, oh, I hate the rain. Why did it have to rain today? That kind of thought. Or she made us brownies or cookies, but they have nuts in them. I hate nuts. Or I can't believe I did that. I'm such a loser. Or our team our team won, but I only got to play like 2 minutes. So the idea is, right, like something good happens, but then maybe you insert that thought in there of like, but I only got to do this in the whole thing. So you're just picking out the bad versus the good in the event. And this is something else that our brain does, unfortunately. Then we have the fortune teller ant. The fortune teller ant is one that it thinks can see the future, predict the future, right? Like, you may think that you have a test coming up and you're thinking, oh no, I know I'm going to fail it. It's going to be so hard. Or I'm never going to be good at math. Why should I even try? Or something bad's going to happen. I just know it. That kind of feeling, that lurking feeling. Or I have to go to lunch with the family friends. This is going to be so boring. I hate these things, right? It's just, you don't know how it's going to go. The truth is, nobody knows, right? None of us can predict the future. But our brain sometimes inserts these thoughts, getting us to think bad about the future. And that can kind of shape the way things go for us when the future comes, right? We may be thinking these negative thoughts, and then when the moment or the time comes, that can influence our behavior and our attitude towards the whole event. Another type of ant is called the mind reader. The mind reader ant is one that it thinks knows what other people are thinking. So, I said hi to her in the hallway, and she didn't even say hi back. Maybe she doesn't like me. Or she didn't sit next to me at lunch yesterday. Maybe she doesn't want to be friends anymore. Or I texted him and he didn't text me back. Maybe he thinks I'm annoying. These kind of silly thoughts, right? Sometimes they just creep in, even when we be like, I don't want to think that way, right? But sometimes our mind plays tricks on us. And then we have the blamer. The blamer is a tough one, right? The blamer, sometimes it's not blaming you, but it's blaming somebody or circumstances outside of you. Like, she's making us late. She always does this. Or I should have gotten a better grade on that test. I studied so much. Why did the teacher have to make it so hard? And then maybe you're on a sports team and you're like, hey, we could have won if Jaden hadn't missed that goal, right? Or what have you, right? So it's easy to point fingers and blame others, right? When, some people don't have full responsibility for everything that's happening. And I kind of think of blaming as can kind of be like toxic thinking. And it can be toxic if you're part of a group or in your family or your friend group or sports team or class or group project or whatever you have to do. If you find yourself thinking blaming thoughts, it's good to be aware of that and notice it and maybe think about a way of reframing that so that you're not putting blame on other people, because it's not really healthy for the group morale and so on and so forth. Okay. All right. I think this is my last ant. This is the last ant. The guilty ant. I think of this ant as the shoulda, woulda, coulda ant, right? I should have called them. If I had, I would be at the sleepover. I must be a bad friend. I feel guilty, right? Or, I did really well on my test and Amy failed it. I feel bad that she failed. I think it seems like she's annoyed with me. Maybe she doesn't want to talk to me. That's kind of a combo, right? That's kind of the guilty ant and the self-blame ant. They kind of go hand in hand, right? Or, I should have made that goal. I feel like I let them down. If I'd only practiced more, it's probably all my fault that we didn't win, right? This is a lot of guilt and this is really hard, right? So when we're experiencing ants like that, it can be a lot of weight on us. And they're not healthy. So now I've told you a lot about these ants, right? And I want to just kind of summarize a little bit about understanding these ants, right? We all have them. And they are a natural part of being human. They pop into our mind, and we often believe that they're true. And I want to remind you, just because you think it doesn't mean it's true. We often believe our thoughts, right? But we have to remember thoughts can be opinions, thoughts can be fears, thoughts can be worries. They can be just based in fiction, not even reality, right? Our reality, everybody has their own reality. Let's put it that way, right? And sometimes the things we think are not what everybody else is thinking, right? And the idea about these ants is we can never get rid of them. They're always going to be there, but it's kind of like how we manage them that makes all the difference. If we let them pile up, like have an ant on top of an ant on top of an ant, which is what our brain tends to do if we're really stressed out or things are getting really challenging for us, you may find your ants calling in a whole army of them, right? What we need to do is notice them and start to manage them, which I'm going to teach you how to do in just a moment. Manage them so that it doesn't affect our mood or our behavior or our ability to function, right? And to feel good. And the other thing I want to mention is in extreme cases, if we let our ants pile up day in and day out, it can lead to depression. So you have to be really aware of them and learn how to manage them and teach your friends too. If your friends have never heard of this, you be the ambassador for the ants. You go out and teach your friends. Oh, you're having an ant. Do you know what an ant is? It's an automatic negative thought. And, help your friends learn how to manage these because it could help the whole world, believe it or not. All right, let's go on to our next one. Okay. I want to teach you how to become the boss of your thoughts. Okay? That guy, he's supposed to be a boss. And I want to teach you how to manage your ants. Okay. We're going to do this exercise by you thinking of one ant, one automatic negative thought that visits you all the time or anytime. Maybe you thought of you had one today, or maybe you know somebody who has ants or anything. A common ant could be something like, I'm not good enough, right? I think across humanity, there are a lot of people out there that feel, oh, I'm not good enough, right? So I'm gonna just throw up some ideas of things that could be ants. Like, what if they don't like me? Everyone else is so much better than mine, or no one called me, must not be popular, or why do I always get picked last? Or I'll never be good at math. Why should I even try? These are just examples, right? You may have your own. Could be anything, right? So once you have that automatic negative thought in mind, here's how we're going to manage it. We have 3 steps, okay? We have 1, I want you to identify the ant. That's the very first step. We have to become aware of them, that we're even thinking them, right? And that it causes you to kind of think about your thinking. It's called like metacognition, right? Think about your thinking. And then 2, you want to question that ant. You want to say, is that thought helpful? Or is there another way of looking at this? How would someone else see this? Maybe your friend would see it differently. Maybe your parent would see it differently. Or what advice would I give someone else? Sometimes we give our friends better advice than we would give ourselves, right? We can be more encouraging and more helpful sometimes towards our friends than we are towards ourselves. So that's something else to be aware of. You always want to treat yourself like a best friend. And then lastly, you want to question if that ant that you're having is a fact or an opinion. If it's a fact, you know you can trust it. It's 100% true and it's not going to change. But if it's an opinion, it's changeable, right? Could be true today and an hour from now, not true, right? Just depends on the situation, right? And then lastly, you want to come up with more realistic thoughts or more helpful thoughts than that one that you're having, that ant, or you can just swat it away, right? And this is helpful because this is how we start to bring ourselves back on track to feeling good again, and to knowing that we don't have to think that way, right? And this is how we empower ourselves to be more positive with our thinking. All right. So hopefully if you had an ant, you applied the 3 steps to it: identify it, question it, and then come up with a more helpful or optimistic thought. Okay? Those are the steps. Did you squash your ant? All right. I have a game for us today. Let's get it going here. Oops, it looks like we need to link it up again. Okay. I want to make sure. Good. It's showing. Excellent. Okay. Fantastic.
with her? I've lost you. Ah, dear. Hello. We've lost sound. Apologies,
Sound for
folks.
some reason.
Oh, here we go. We might just go back to the start of that game. It looked so exciting. So we were trying to figure out what was happening there. So let's try that again and let's get ready to play. I was so excited getting ready to go. So we'll just go back a step, Julianne, and we'll go back to the game. But if you can just double check if we can hear your sound, that would be wonderful.
No, your sound has gone. Might just need to check the microphone. Has it jumped to a different program? Sometimes that happens. I know I've got different audio devices and it can jump sometimes.
You know, we still can't hear you, my love. But we heard you just a fraction before, but then something's kicked out. But while we're getting sound back, because I really want to play this game, it looks so vibrant. I have really enjoyed seeing you really play with these metaphors of the ants. And I think it's really amazing to kind of look at these little roles that we can play and how it can shift our mindset. So we'll just double check that you're back
Yeah.
on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it's working. Okay, good. I apologize that my sound dropped out. Do we still have time for the game?
Yeah, we've got 4 minutes. Let's jump back into the game and just keep an eye on the chat if we do lose the sound again, because it could possibly be the program. But folks, if you're listening in live or on the replay, let's jump back in, let's recap, and let's have a bit of fun.
Let's see. It's not sharing, is it? How do I get it to share my new tab? Oh, goodness. It's not sharing. I don't know what to do. I got it to share before, but then I just, let me try again. Is it working? Let's see. Lost sound again. Oh, okay. Too bad. All right. My friends, I'm so sorry. My game is not working. Oh, can you guys hear me now? Muted now. Okay, unmute. Can you hear me? Let me stop my sharing. All right. I wanted to just, I'm going to have to wrap up here because our time is almost gone. And I am so sorry for the interruption. I wished it would have worked, darn it. But the idea was just to quiz everybody and try it out. But what I will share with you, what's that?
I was just going to say that's okay, Julia. We can share it with our beautiful VIPs, and if we want to give it that way, it might work a bit better.
Sure, that would be fine. I can send the link. It's shareable with anybody who wants to play it. So if you want, I can copy it and paste it into the chat. It's open to anyone who wants to play.
Oh, amazing. And we can also pop that in the Facebook chat as well. So Julianne has been tagged in multiple things. And if you want to connect with her, Julianne, how can people come and find you? We can see up here.
So here's a little bit of my information. I am a Stars Kids Life coach. And I'm also, I have a website, I have an Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, all that good stuff. So I do work with children virtually and in person, but if you're in person, you got to be in New York. So I know we're global today, so that may not be the case. The other thing I wanted to show you guys are some books that could be a wonderful resource. There's different books out there that have been written for kids that can help you become aware of these automatic negative thoughts. And then the one on the left is for adults. anyhow, if anybody liked this topic, these books are available in some places. I know that they're available on Amazon in the United States. If you have access to that, that's also an option. All right.
Beautiful.
And you can let me know where I can send that that link to the game.
No worries. Just pop it in the audience chat and pop it in the Facebook chat as well.
I'll
And
do
then
it
we
right
can,
now.
yeah, beautiful. And
Fantastic.
that was so wonderful. And I loved like just the metaphors. And I know when I was listening in, I was like, oh my gosh, yes. And then I started like sharing your information to another group. I was like, guys, you need to check this out because imagine if we like were aware of these thoughts and we were able to, you know, shift it in a way. And this is a really beautiful way to frame it for our kids and our teenagers as well. And it was like that overwhelm. I could just vision all of the ants just going on top of each other and just swarming. And it's like, well, how can we just come back into the body, come back into calm? And I know we'll probably talk more about this in the panel to tackle some of those cheeky little ants that just like to swarm and take bites out of you. And I think it's
It's
really
true.
beautiful insight.
It's so true. And I do feel that the more aware I become of my ants, the better I feel. Because ants and feeling bad, they go hand in hand. They're like best friends. So if you're feeling bad, you can be pretty sure you're having ants. That's the way it goes, right? So if we shift our thoughts, we'll start to feel better. So yay. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate you having me today. And I'll be back later with some more good stuff.
Yes, we'll see you soon.
And that's that game for those people that want to have a look at it at home. So thank you so much, Julianne.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
See you soon. Bye.
Our next speaker, Tim, is a multifaceted educator, coach, and children's wellbeing advocate. He serves as a boys soccer coach and teacher at Gills St. Bernard's, a highly decorated high school program in New Jersey, where he mentors young athletes in both athletic excellence and personal growth. Beyond the field, Tim is a certified children's wellbeing coach with Stars Kids Life Coaches, where he supports kids in building confidence, resilience, and a positive mindset. Drawing from his background as a collegiate and professional soccer player, Tim combines his experiences in high-performance environments with his passion for nurturing and well-being of young minds. Tim's work is driven by his commitment to helping children and teens thrive academically, emotionally, and athletically. Whether in the classroom, on the field, or as a wellbeing coach, he empowers young people to embrace their potential and develop the skills to succeed in all aspects of life. Thank you, Tim, and welcome.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're all good. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, so that was a great introduction. I really appreciate that. I'm super excited to be a part of this panel and to talk a little bit about myself and to talk about what our drive is, what really fuels our drive in life. part of what I really enjoy doing as a teacher and a coach, and as a STARS coach for the Life Kids. I really always look to see what drives people, what's their motivator. And when asked to be a part of this panel, I knew right away that I would love to talk about the differences and understanding intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Working with kids and adults in lots of different fields, it's important to understand who you're working with and who you're dealing with. And when you're really understanding where someone comes from and what motivates them and why they do things, it makes it easier to work together and come together to create and get to your final goal. So I'd love to talk a little bit about that. As the introduction stated, I do coach soccer at a very prestigious school. I played professionally for a little bit after my collegiate career. So it's something that I'm very passionate about and really love to kind of pass my knowledge on to the next generation. The school that I teach at and coach at is also the school that I attended in high school. So it's really nice for me to get back into the community, to kind of give back in a way and kind of continue to build onto what our program is all about. So to understand motivation a little bit better, all right, we're going to talk about fueling your drive and what motivates you. So when we think about it, we want to talk about it and we want to know what it means to actually be motivated. So to find where someone's motivation lies, you have to understand that person and why they are motivated, whether it's creating or whether it's just going after a daily task, a long-term goal that we have set for ourselves, any kind of goal that you have for yourself in general, whether it's something that's on a daily basis or long-term, you want to understand why you're motivated to do that. Part of being motivated and the end goal of being motivated is it makes you feel a lot more productive in life. Typically, when you go through life unmotivated, there's not a lot of drive. There's not a lot of self-determination. So it's very important to understand why you're motivated. And when you are motivated and get things done, you feel extremely productive. Whether it's a household chore, trying to lose 20 pounds before the holidays because you know you might put some weight back on, whatever your goal is. When you are motivated, it helps you feel like you're in control. When you're not thinking about what you're doing and you're kind of very scattered and you don't have a plan, you don't feel like you're in control. It makes it very difficult for you to feel like you have control of your own life, and you want to feel that control so you can be productive. And also being motivated improves your overall well-being and happiness. Me personally, from my own experience, whenever I feel that extra sense of motivation and I really reflect on why I'm doing things and what my end goal is, I feel like my overall being is a lot more connected with everything else and I feel happier. So motivation, it tells us why we do things. All right. So I really love this image in the bottom right-hand corner. There's 6 different factors that we talk about here. Like I mentioned before, you want to think about setting a goal for yourself. When you set goals, you're clearly motivated to get something done. Without setting goals, we kind of aimlessly wonder about what we're supposed to be doing, or we're unorganized. So it's important to set those goals for yourself so you understand why you're doing things. Your attitude is a big factor when we talk about motivation. If you have a negative attitude, most likely you're not going to be as motivated, and it might deter you from those goals that you set for yourself. When you are motivated and you start to follow these things, you will see more success. Again, whether it's a small thing or a bigger thing, a smaller goal or bigger goal that you set for yourself, you want to be successful with what you do. And if you're not successful, that's okay. But as long as you're motivated to get to that goal or change your goal so you can actually succeed, that's important. It leads to positive performance as well. All right. So you want to make sure that you're doing all of these things to make sure you're setting yourselves up for success. It's important to support as well. Whether you're receiving support or giving support, that might even make you feel a little bit more motivated. You'll feel that motivation or that happiness or self-accomplishment to help other people or to receive help from other people so you can get to those final goals. And you always have to start with an idea, right? If you have a goal in mind, you have to think it through. Is it realistic? Is it something that I really want? So it starts with the idea and then it goes in that circle. So every action that we do, it's done for some kind of reason, and overall it's by setting goals. Like I mentioned before, we try not to go through life without any kind of purpose. It's okay to have those down days where you're maybe motivated to not do much. Maybe you want to relax a little bit more and you're motivated to take a break, put life on pause for a little bit, and that's okay. But overall, throughout life, you have your 5-year plan, you have your goals that you set for yourself in general, whether it's something you want to get done that week, something at work, something at school, whatever it is that you want to get done, there's a purpose behind it. And then something else that's important is thinking about when we self-reflect on why we do things. Are we taught what to do by our parents and by our bosses and by all the people that are a little bit higher up above us, or are we told why we do something? So are you kind of taught how to get to your final goal, or are you told why to do it? And that's where we're going to eventually get into what intrinsic and extrinsic motivation leads to. And then ultimately you want to think about what drives you, right? So I talked about thinking about what drives everyone. I really try and monitor where people are at. I have a wide range of players on my soccer team that I currently coach, and it's important for me to connect with each of them and think about what their drive is. Do they want to play in college? Is that their next step? Do they want to play just to have fun because it's something that they've always loved, and soccer is a sport that they grew up playing and it just makes them feel good? Is it for their ego? Is it for other people to notice them, right? So you want to think about what drives them and how you can get the best out of certain people as a coach. So a couple different elements of motivation, all right? So it starts with your activation. If you're not willing to get activated and get started, you're not going to be motivated. So you got to think about what the first step is and create those goals for yourself. And you don't have to just think of the end goal. You want to think about the little steps that get you on the way there. So obviously, activating the behavior. Intensity, right? So if we're talking more about sports in this sense, how strongly you go about doing the behavior that you're doing. So if your goal is to try and run a 6-minute mile, maybe you're right around the 6:30 mark, 6:45 mark, and you want to get that time down, you got to think about how intense you're doing this. If you go into a goal and just think that you want to achieve that goal without the motivation and without noticing that you need to be intense through that purpose, it's going to be tough for you to get there. So you want to think about how intense you're going after it. How badly do you want it? And persistence, being persistent, you want to be steadfast in whatever that pursuit is to get to your end goal, and realizing there might be some minor setbacks, and that's okay. But as long as you have that end goal in mind, that light at the end of the tunnel, realizing that you might take a couple steps back and turn around and not get to where you want to be, that's okay. You're allowed to make mistakes. You're allowed to think about where you want to be just in order to get to that end goal. So some of the driving factors of motivation, some are just biological, right? We talk about that nurture versus nature versus nurture, what drives us. And sometimes it's what you're taught or what you're internally born with. Some people, I will say, are just more motivated. Some people want to get things done very much. And some people are very content with sitting back and letting other people do things. And that's okay. You want to realize what drives you and why you're motivated, why you want to realistically achieve whatever your goals are, whether they're small or big. And sometimes it's just biological, what's inside of you. Some of the other driving factors are social factors, right? So if you're thinking about your friends, and especially in a high school setting, we're playing in a state championship game and you want the popular people at school to see you do well, right? That's the social side of it. So that's where we start to get into the extrinsic side of motivation. It's not coming from within. And then the third one is emotional. A lot of times when you do something because it makes you feel good, right? No matter whether it's goal driven or just whatever you're doing in life in general, you do things because it makes you feel good. So if you're feeling good about something, might even drive some more motivation to continuously achieve whatever that feeling is. So a lot of that is emotional. So this is where we're going to get a little bit into our conversation about fueling your drive, whether it's intrinsic motivation or extrinsic motivation. So intrinsic motivation is any kind of incentive to engage in a specific activity that derives from pleasure in the activity itself. It's some kind of internal drive from within you. So when you think about intrinsic motivation, a lot of times you think, oh, that's very positive, right? It's something that, you're motivated by getting some kind of work done, or your desire to just improve yourself, or maybe the activity itself is the reward. So you're not thinking too much about anything else other than why you're doing it, and it's coming from within you. It's self-directed. It's not based off of what other people are asking you to do or what other people want from you. It's based off of what you want. So when you're intrinsically motivated, it comes from inside of you. All right. You see some kind of purpose from that end goal. Again, you talk about trying to get to a 6-minute mile. Is it just to get to a goal to brag to your friends that you got it? Or is it more being about feeling that self-motivation, feeling that self-purpose, self-achievement, and just getting there because it makes you feel good? All right. So that's just a couple examples of intrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation is the opposite. All right. So in this image, we see somebody chasing something. They're chasing a trophy, but ultimately they're probably not really looking from within. It's more of an external reward. So it derives from some kind of outside factor from the individual itself. And it results in, whether it's money or a trophy or whatever that might be, it's more extrinsic. So you're not really looking from within. You're thinking about other things. Maybe there's some kind of reward that comes with something. And it sounds like it might be a little bit more on the negative side when we compare the two with extrinsic and intrinsic. However, extrinsic motivation isn't always a bad thing. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. So intrinsic, the two words that we really use that are synonymous, intrinsic is internal and extrinsic is external. All right. So when we look at the intrinsic side, you're wanting to do well in order to feel accomplished for yourself. You're purely taking pride and enjoying in what you do, and it's something that holds your interest and engages you. For me personally, I loved playing soccer because it was just fun. For me, I started playing soccer and I never really had an end goal in mind. When I picked up a ball when I was 3 or 4 years old, I saw my sister playing and it was something that I was like, wow, this looks like fun, and she looks like she's having fun. So I'm motivated to have fun. So I picked up soccer at an early age, and I would say for the most part, I was always intrinsically motivated. When I look at my profession as a teacher, I think most people would understand a lot of teachers are intrinsically motivated. It's not about a reward or getting paid to do something. It's about giving back and seeing kids do well, right? As a teacher, you're driven by other people's successes, not about getting something back. So as a teacher, that's like the biggest factor for me, and a coach. You want to see people learn from what you can give them and see them grow from that. It's something that it holds my interest. It's engaging. I love to do it. And I just take pride in it, right? So it's good to self-reflect and think about what motivates you, because as a teacher, I know that I'm intrinsically motivated. Now, some extrinsic motivations, it might be doing something, like we said, for a trophy or reward, and it might be perceived as cool, important, or maybe valuable. So that's more ego-based, egotistic, right? So if you're thinking about what other people think and you want to make somebody else, you want to impress somebody else, or you want them to think that you're really good at something, whatever that might be, that's totally extrinsic. It's outside factors that are controlling your actions. Again, that's not always bad. You might be really good at doing something and that's what your drive is. It might not be as fun for you, but if you think that other people think it's impressive or cool, right, or important to them, yeah, you might do it for a reason. And even on some more minor or major cases, there might even be a punishment if you fail. You might have some kind of fear of failing. So your extrinsic motivation might be, wow, I really don't want to face the consequences of whatever happens if I don't get this done. You think about, going through phases of college where you have to think about getting a project done and you've been, pushing it off. Wow, I really don't want to fail this. I want to make sure that I do well in this. Am I doing something because I want to learn, or am I doing something because I know I need to get a good grade on it in order to receive my degree? So there's different types of motivation, whether it's intrinsic or extrinsic, and it's good to realize what you value. So I love this image as well. It's a great chart that talks about your self-determination and that continuum of where you really fall, with these kind of determinations and these kind of motivators. So when we go from left to right, a motivation is honestly just not really having much intention. There's not really any kind of purpose for what you do. All right. So that's kind of our unmotivated people that don't really think as much about what motivates them, where they want to go with things. And that's what we want to try and get away from. We want to be determined. We want to be self-determined and a self-driving factor for our own betterment, right? So as we move from left to right, again, we kind of move into that extrinsic phase where there's parts of it where maybe you're looking more towards getting some kind of reward. Maybe there's a punishment at the end of it that you're trying to avoid. Maybe you're just trying to obey somebody and just get something done in order to make them happy, and you're being compliant. All right. And again, that's not always a bad thing, but it's not what we ultimately want. So introjected regulation is somewhat externally motivated, and it has to do with your ego, right? So maybe you're motivated by what other people think of you, and maybe you're competing with somebody else. I have a lot of students right now in my middle school where I teach technology, where a lot of students are very driven by being the best person, whether it's at recess or in the classroom. They want to be the first one done. They're motivated by being the best, but is that really making them the best? Are they personally being their best by getting there? And I talk to my students a lot about that, reflecting and seeing what the purpose is behind what they're doing. Identified regulation is somewhat internally motivated. There's high perceived value, and it's personally important to you. And we're starting to get closer to that intrinsic motivation. If it's important to you, you're doing it for a reason, right? And then that integrated regulation, it's internally motivated. We're getting really close to that intrinsic motivation, and it's synthesis within yourself, right? You're thinking about yourself and why you're doing things. And then when we ultimately get to intrinsic motivation, you're internally motivated. It's not something from the outside. It's doing a lot of self-reflection and thinking about why you're actually doing something. You take pleasure in it. It makes you happy. It's satisfying. And ultimately, it's fun, right? Most of the things that we start to do in life and reasons why we're intrinsically motivated is because something is fun to do. For me, the most fun thing for me to do is to play sports. I grew up with a ball in my hand, ball at my foot, always doing something. It was engaging for me, and it was just something that I enjoyed doing. So I was motivated to be my best because I realized, hey, I might be pretty good at this, and it's something that I enjoy doing. Maybe I can get somewhere with this. And that's where that external motivation started to play in a little bit too, because I started with the intrinsic, but then I'm thinking externally, oh, maybe I could make money doing this, or maybe people will think I'm really good at this and they'll think highly of me, right? So it's kind of that balance. It's not a bad thing to have both. You want to try and stay towards that intrinsic motivation because that's when you're focusing the most on yourself. But it's not a bad thing. It's okay to realize that there's some kind of, extrinsic factor, something that's outside that's kind of controlling what you're doing. Maybe you're just trying to make somebody happy because you realize it makes them happy, right? So there's lots of different ways of being motivated, and it's okay to have both. And then ultimately, what you want to do is just make the right choice. Think of what your own values are. It's important to really reflect and think about what your values in life are. Are you motivated by being a good person? Are you motivated by being the best, like my fifth grade students? They just want to be the best person. What motivates you? And what matters the most to you, right? Why did you start in the first place? Why did you start playing a sport, or why did you start trying to get to an end goal? Is it really important to you, and why is it important? And like we kind of started to talk a little bit about is it better to favor one or the other? Ultimately, I would probably say intrinsic is a stronger thing to have in your life, but it's okay to have an extrinsic motivation as well, as long as you realize that it's extrinsic and why you're deciding to get there. So that image in the bottom, right? The intrinsic motivation, it comes from within. There's purpose, there's interest. You're trying to master something based off of your own desire to get there. Maybe you're curious about getting to a certain point or learning something new about that topic, and you just take pride in something. And then the extrinsic ones are maybe you're motivated by getting an A in a class, and if you get an A-, it's not good enough. That's not for getting to a certain goal. That's just to try and get a certain grade. Maybe you're getting points or money, or you're getting rewarded for something that you're doing. Again, that's more of the extrinsic motivator. Maybe it's based off of your career. Maybe you're trying to do better for yourself because your family depends on it, right? You might have to get something done, and you might want to try and get as high up the chart as you can on your career, get as many raises as possible because you need to provide for your family. That's where it's okay to be extrinsically motivated. You're trying to provide for somebody else, and maybe you don't take as much joy in it as you originally did, but you're trying to provide, and that's okay. So there's lots of different kinds of motivators here. And then as you start to reflect and start to think after you've went through this talk here, I want you to really think and go home thinking about what's your why in life. And it doesn't have to be a super big self-reflection, but why are you doing things? If you could break it down into certain fields. Why do I, do certain things in life? Why am I excited about this, but not so excited about this? There's lots of reasons that you should be asking yourself why you're doing something, because it keeps you on track with where you want to be in life. It's okay to think about your why and be like, wow, I actually don't know why I'm doing this, or why I want to do this on this day and not do this another day. It's good to self-reflect. And when you think about what your why is, it's going to make you into a stronger person overall. Right. So as we go through that, it's important. It's important to think about all these things and where you're at with your life and what makes you motivated, because self-reflecting helps you be a better person in general. All right. So that's the end of my slideshow there. So I'll stop sharing my screen. We'll get a little bit of reflection. I'll look at the chat a little bit. Let's see. Oh, I don't see any questions, so that's okay. I'm guessing you guys heard me the whole time. Were there any issues with the sound there?
No, it was great.
No, it
Thanks,
all went
Tim.
through well.
Beautiful. And it was so wonderful for you to really break down, just for parents that are listening, and if there are kids and teens that are going to be listening on the replay, understanding the differences between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. You're here with two other high school teachers as well from Australia. So it was really wonderful just to have your experience and wisdom being shared. And I found even in working in the arts, like working in musical theatre, dance, drama, just being motivated for that end goal, that vision of creating something with kids and teens, the community. It's a really powerful tool to come from that intrinsic motivational space. And it reminded me of part of my keynote earlier this morning, talking about inspiration, and to be inspired and come from that intrinsically motivated place is enough for us to take those baby steps, to take action for our goals, our visions, our dreams. And parents, if you're listening in, you leading from that place to demonstrate for your kids, for your teenagers, to remind them and role model what that looks like is really powerful. And Flea, what's been your takeaway with Tim's session today?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a reminder. I went into my teaching years like going, okay, rewards, let's pull out all the stops, the stickers, the classroom parties, like every single behavior management technique that I thought would work. And ultimately, like, it would only go so far, and then it was like, oh, it doesn't matter, or they'd somehow manage to weasel their way and get one anyway, or there was always a little tip or a trick to getting these lollies. And it's like, why isn't this working? And a lot of what you said, Tim, like, really resonated, and it just brings home, like, it has to matter and it has to come back to heart. Otherwise, there isn't really any motivators. If you're not interested, if you're not invested in it, then you're kind of like lost. And I can understand as an adult, like, I'm not going to spend my time doing something I don't feel motivated to complete. So why would any child? And it's really great to be able to have that awareness even within yourself as a student or as a kid, to be able to say, oh, this is what I'm doing. I'm tuning out because I'm not interested. Why am I not interested? And having those conversations are really, really important.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's important. I kind of spoke about it a little bit, but it's so important to self-reflect, because life can get so busy, and you get caught up in so many things, whether you're an adult or you're a kid. When you're a kid, you just have all these thoughts bouncing around, and it's easy to just get caught up in so many things. And as an adult, and when you're a parent and everything, you've got so many more responsibilities. So to slow down sometimes and be mindful about what's around you and why you're doing things, and kind of brings you back home at times and gets you more self-grounded and allows you to get back to why you're doing something. Think about why you're doing it, and makes you more driven.
Yeah, it's amazing. And one of our beautiful next speakers has been tuning in and really agreeing with all the points that you've shared around motivation. And one question before we finish up, like, kids that come from really tough backgrounds, like I've worked with them, so has Flea, and it can be really heartbreaking. We've all been also blessed working in high performance schools as well, and we see the disconnect. What's something, I suppose, in your toolkit to help those kids that have just had really tough lives to get motivated again? Like, what's one thing that you're like, if that kid is in front of me and I know they've had a really, really tough upbringing, what's the one thing that's like, this is what I would do, this is how I would, motivate them to find themselves again?
Yeah, it's a great question. Again, I think it comes with, when that happens, it's when you get so caught up with things, right? You think about the negatives and, well, I'm not achieving this, and why am I not achieving this? It's about slowing down and thinking about why you've done something, why you started to do that, whatever it is that you're doing, right? If you're a soccer player, right? I think about two very different things. I come from a very great environment, and I have kids that are very well off, and you think about what motivates them. Are they doing this extrinsically or intrinsically? And you think about the other end of it, where maybe they don't have a lot provided for them, and maybe they're trying to use soccer as an outlet to make a career for themselves. So as a coach or a teacher in anything, you want to think about why they're doing it, and if they're clear on what that is and why they want to achieve something, I'm all behind them, and I'm going to say, okay, let's help you get to that goal, and realize that there's going to be some steps along the way where you're going to take steps back, and that's just part of the process, and trusting the process. And that's hard for kids to understand at times because they want to get there quick. But yeah, my advice for them is just to be patient, trust that there's an end goal for you, and it's going to happen if you're driven.
Yeah, great advice. Thank you so much for your time, Tim. And if people want to come and connect with you, how can they find you?
Yeah, so I'm a STARS life coach and our kids life coach, and I really enjoy doing that. So if you would love to connect through that, for all ages, love to connect and just talk about what we provide and how we go about doing that, and yeah, we go from there.
Fabulous, amazing, and we've got all those contacts to share with people. Really appreciate your time, Tim, and it has been so wonderful to share your insights with those that are listening in. And folks, we are going to be jumping back shortly with a fabulous panel of guests, so stay tuned, and thanks again, Tim. Bye.
Thank you guys so much. It was an honor to talk. I appreciate it.
Yes, it's fine. Like,
Oh,
it,
we're
yeah.
live. Flea, you've clicked the button, and I think we're joining in
Okay.
live. Amazing. And look, folks, this is the beautiful part about going live. We were just checking a few tech things at the end, and it's been already a fabulous morning with Julianne and Tim joining us from Star Kids Coaching, sharing their insights. And how are you going there, Flea? Doing all the look at the amazing things, just changing the background there, having some fun and dealing with all of the pieces.
I'm trying to find where I was in my stream. I've been having lovely tech difficulties, people. For whatever reason, I seem to be running off my phone, which for the last 10 years, I have had no service within my house on my telephone. And this week, now I have no service inside my house on my computer, but my phone is working. So I'm running from 3 different places, and I'm trying to work out where I put videos and different things. So yes, I'm here and I'm doing weird things at the same time, but this is what all of this is about. It's about making mistakes and finding ways to keep going with it. Like, we shouldn't be criticizing the errors of humanity. We should be celebrating them and moving forward with achievement. Like, look at what we can do. Yes, there's technical glitches, but we're still connected. We're still celebrated um, around the globe, and people can tune in, and that's just marvelous. So, yep, let's go. Tech.
I
I'm
love
just going
that.
to do a few things because I'm still a
That's
bit lost, but
okay.
Marie's going to
Well,
take over.
yeah, while Flea is just double checking a few things, like this is part of what authenticity is about, what being real is about. And I also secretly like seeing things happening behind the scenes because, yes, we can have a professional look and we can do all the things there and it can look really amazing. But for our kids and our teens, like when I was in the drama classroom, making the mistakes and taking the risks and showing that was part of the deepest fears of young people in the place and adults to, public speaking and being in front of people is one of the highest fears that we have. And I just really want to honor Flea and myself, the many cells that I have, and myself for just being vulnerable, being brave, but also being confident in showing our humanity and inviting our parents, inviting our kids and teens to go, you know what? You can still be professional and have all of these amazing things and also be human and show the backstage of how things are working and speak into that. And I think those moments are really powerful. And I'm so excited to have our next lot of guests join us soon. But I'll just double check. Are all of those pieces ready, Miss Felicia Lee? Or do we need a little bit more time? Oh, and you're muted. The joys of technology. It's a thing. It happens, guys.
We just have to celebrate. I was going to say, yes, I'm ready. I think we're going to send a couple people through first to listen to what they have to say on our beautiful
Yes.
topic, and then are we going to introduce
Our guests, yes. And before we hear these beautiful voices, I would just love to share what this topic is about because even though this chaos is happening, both Flea and I are regulating our nervous system, regulating our emotions to choose joy, even though in the back of our heads, we're like going, oh my gosh, this is a bit stressful. And still being present and being real and okay with it. And our emotional intelligence and our nervous system is so vital of how we navigate relationship with self, with each other, in communities. And this is a really, really powerful, powerful topic that we're going to be diving into because we're laughing now, but later we're probably going to be crying under a corner somewhere. But this piece around our emotions and feeling them and being open and honest is really powerful. So this panel is called Stop Crying. What if we let our kids feel fully? And so owning our full emotions, and instead of saying stop crying, let's just be present with it. And so let's hear what some of our young people, our youth ambassadors, have to say.
When I have big emotions, I calm my body by drawing and going outside with nature and having a break. I like drawing because It's fun, and I can make up imaginary people and animals, and I can spread my emotions on paper and cardboard and with the pens. When I have big emotions, I like angry, I grab my notebook and draw. And when I'm feeling sad, I go out and play with my chickens. When I feel really angry, I scream in my pillows. My mommy and daddy help me understand when I feel angry in my. I like to shake and hit pillows to get the energy out. Afterwards, I feel calmer because I got the energy out. I talk with mommy and daddy after about how I'm feeling. If you're feeling upset or angry, you just feel where this upset and angry is, and you grab it from your body, that body part, and you have to check your ears so there's none in there. If you're holding it, you don't want to give it to your brothers and sisters or mum and dad or anyone in the house. Chuck it on the floor. You have to chuck it away very fast, so you can't see it.
Big emotions are important because I get to feel many things at once, and I get to experience other things. So you can't always be happy, you can't always be sad. And things that I do to calm myself down is either I birdwatch, which will calm me down, because like I said earlier, you get patient and you will calm down eventually from bird watching. Another thing I do is either I draw. I'll take my mind and the mind gets focused on the drawing, and all those negative emotions will not be there by the time I'm done with the drawing. And third, I just like to spend time with my family, because they're the only ones who can calm me down.
So wonderful. My goodness. It's beautiful to just hear the voices of our young people. And we've got this amazing panel of women here, mums, but also working with kids and youth. And this topic about understanding our emotions, I think, is really, really important. And my daughter, I was there talking about using drawing and art to share her emotions and spread them out on paper. Sharia was in India talking about going into nature. And I think we'll show Lily's video shortly as well, maybe a little bit later. It's just finishing loading at the moment. And these insights with screaming into your pillow, these big emotions, I think is really, really important. And with our guest today, we have the wonderful Julianne, who is a certified life kids coach on a mission to inspire and empower children of all ages. She's passionate about coaching children on how to overcome the challenges, adopt a winning mindset, and become the best versions of themselves. Flea, would you like to introduce beautiful Michelle? Oh, I think you're muted, Flea.
Hey, everyone.
It's okay. She's getting there.
Can we do a recap of today and start again? I'm on fire. This is fabulous. Anyway, I will start again.
Well,
I was on fire and I
actually,
didn't even boo-boo.
I was going to say, maybe it's just time to take a deep breath, because we all need a deep breath right now, right? We need to regulate our emotions together.
Yes. Let's take a deep breath.
We just reset.
And Flea, would you love to introduce beautiful Michelle? Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Michelle is a mama empowerment speaker, author and coach, contributing author to Voices of Women 2023, and the Parenting Owner's Manual with her children, Liam and Bella, who are also authors. She supports mothers in discovering their unique genius through grace and community. Founder of Connecting Mamas and the Mama Genius Hub, she hosts the Mama Genius Hub podcast, inspiring mums everywhere. Michelle aims to create a world of passionate, connected mamas who inspire their children. She is the proud mother of Liam, Bella, and Lily.
Beautiful.
Hey, everyone.
Excellent. And we have the gorgeous Mwansa as well joining us. And Mwansa just joined in like pretty much last week. We connected, and I was like, my goodness, this lady has to come and be part of this beautiful summit. And she also has shared insights with her wonderful children that we'll also get to hear as well. So I'm just pulling up the bio. So Mwansa is a mother, a best-selling author, and a social entrepreneur. She is co-owner of Charlie's Angels MPG Academy in Zambia, and she is the founder and president of the African Youth Society Entrepreneurs, and she's also certified information systems auditor in cybersecurity, and joining us on day 3 panel, which is going to be fascinating. So thank you so much, ladies, for joining us. What has been, I suppose, just hearing those voices of those kids, and also, knowing what you have navigated in either your own parenthood journey or the kids that you coach or mentor. I'd love for you, Michelle, to share some of your insights on this topic of emotions. And you just demonstrated so beautifully to help us ground and calm with the breath. And so I'm just going to start with you first.
Well, I think coming from the parent's perspective, our biggest job is to really look at my lips are really bright red for a reason. Go like this and close your mouth and just listen to them. Let them speak, let them come forth, and almost think of yourself as a coach, not a parent in that moment, that you're there just to give them space and a presence to express themselves. Because when we don't give them that space, we start to try to fix, we start to helicopter, we start to tell them what they should be doing, what they should be feeling. Oh, you should just let that go. That wasn't a big deal. But in a 6-year-old's eyes and an 8-year-old eyes, those are big instances. Those are big emotions, stuff that we forgot about when we were in those situations. And so it really just comes down to closing your mouth, holding out your hand, and just saying, I'm here for you. What is that emotion going through? And sometimes I will admit, though, when the crying is loud, I walk away for a while before I come back. I'll check in. Are you ready to talk yet? Nope. Okay, I'll be back. But giving the space for them to express those feelings and to really come into space with it. And it really comes down to just being there present, listening to what they have to say. And if you find yourself wanting to say something, just repeat back what they said and make sure you understood them. Don't give them advice. And then at the end, a lot of times I'll ask the question, well, do you want me to do something about that? Do you want me to contact a parent? Do you want me to, they're like, nope, I'm good. Bye, mom. Get out. You're done. When we give them that space. And that silence that we give them is usually right when we're about to jump in and say, you should do this, and you instead close your mouth. That silence usually gives them the next step of them going internally going, this is what I need to do. And that's what comes out next when we give them that space.
I love that. Yeah, as adults, we talk too much. I know there's some fabulous psychologists that have said exactly what you just said there. Sometimes we just need to shut up a little bit, hear them, and like you said, don't have to give them advice and just be there present with them to feel it. And I suppose I'm also relating this to women. It's the same with women and our partners and husbands. It's like you don't need to fix, you just need to be there with my emotions. So mamas, if you're listening out, and yeah, just let's stop talking as much. But we're here today to talk about all of these strategies. And Julianne, I'd love for you to share some of your insights on these emotions.
Sure. I really echo Michelle's sentiments about, her advice. It is so hard as a parent to resist jumping in and trying to fix, or jumping in and trying to solve, or directing your child, but this is what you should do, like that kind of thing. And unless you've been trained otherwise, I think, because, I'm a recovering helicopter mom. And once I became a kids life coach, and started really reading more about what children need, what do they really need in terms of, emotional guidance and regulation and all that. And I have somebody said this to me once, and I thought it was such a great, metaphor or analogy. We are the sun, right, as a parent, and they are the planets going around us, right? And what happens when they get emotionally dysregulated? We need to stay solid and be that sun, and don't and don't budge from there. Just stay calm, rooted, and centered, right? While they do their thing. And they're gonna, in orbit, they're gonna come back around, and things are gonna settle in. And what I didn't realize when I was raising children, when they were having outbursts and all those things, I mean, I'm still raising children, but they're much bigger now, is that I just needed to maintain the calm, just be that calm, centered space for them, and let them, emote. let them have it. Let them go for it. And I always wanted to step in and fix, because I thought that's what I was supposed to do. For me, somehow it was like scary to go to that place where they were just like screaming and tantruming and upset. And I had one son who was very calm. And then my second one that came along was like very, very emotional, very like to just fly off in his toddler years. And my husband and I were kind of taken aback. We didn't expect it. We were like, well, what's happening? Well, what's wrong? Maybe something's wrong with him. Like, oh, the other one was so different. So every child is a child, right? Everyone is different. But I really love what Michelle said. You can tell I'm a talker, right? If we just zip our lips and like let them, they're going to come up with their own solutions. They're going to come up with the best ideas that are going to serve them. And they're going to build their confidence when they do that, because they're going to realize, they're going to feel like they came up with it on their own, So yeah, there's a lot of magic in that moment of being quiet and just sitting with the emotion and sitting with them and letting them feel their feelings. And the beauty of all this is the feelings come and they go. They're like a wave, right? They come and then they go. And I didn't think about that as a mom who wanted to fix. I was like, oh gosh, what if this never ends, this tantrum? I have to do something, right? So it's really important to let them feel their feelings and release, and know that they're safe, that we're there holding space for them, letting them just let that feeling come and go, and know that everything's still okay.
Can I add one thing to that wave part? I just learned this the other day, so I feel like I need to add it. Is like
add it.
A lot of times we have that metaphor in our heads, but what we do is when we get to the peak, we try to stop that from, like, we stop it right before it's going to come to the other side, and that's when we interfere. We step in as parents, and we don't let that natural wave finish when we do that as parents. And so really that silence or holding back a moment to let them go through their natural wave will really make the difference.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's really nice.
Can you hear me? No. Oh, there we go. A
little you're back. We got your sound again.
Oh, look, we're dealing with the waves of the sound and the tech issues today. So I really love that. And I feel like when our kids and even ourselves are at that peak, if we just let the nervous system to just go to completion, then those trauma responses of suppression actually don't occur, because the body and the energy in that. So energy, I always like to think with understanding our emotions, emotion, energy, and motion, to allow it, like the wave that you ladies have been talking about, to go to its like fullest and to let it subside. Because when we let the crying stop, or let the tantrum or the raging go to its fullest and be felt to its fullest, then it doesn't need to come back up again, because it's been witnessed, felt, and heard in that safe space. And Mwanza, I know you've also got 3 beautiful children, and navigating these waters and working with and coaching other kids and families around the world. I'd love to know your insights on this.
Hey guys, so nice to be here, and I'm just here. I'm amazed by you wonderful parents, and I've been thinking, God, should I be here right now on this emotional intelligence thing? Because I bring in a very different perspective. Like right now, I'm in Maryland for my grandmother's 90th that day. We are like 3 or 4 generations under one roof, right? And I bring that story to say, and also being able to coach a lot of young kids and being a mother, an African mother to American kids, and talking about emotional intelligence. I'm telling you, it's a total different animal. I have to come and learn because I grew up in a culture where it stopped. And that's the end of the story. I don't want to hear what you say. I don't really care. And it still happens a lot. And so, in that, if anything, I'm going to ask a question back to you, beautiful, strong mothers with all this, how, the calmness, the 21st century, and I'll just even almost go ahead and call it the first world definition of emotional intelligence and parenting, because I'm telling you, it's totally different in Africa. And especially where we come from in Zambia and most southern country, it's not, we do not negotiate. I've said it, it's done. And but the question is, how much is that impacting our very young people? And how much of that will they take in their adulthood? How much of that does it help for them to sit and just say, okay, I can be a person in this small shell or in this little that I am without just listening to what mom is saying. It's her way or no way. Right? I've got three little ones, like they're not little anymore, but they're very close to each other. I don't have much time to be like, listen, sweetie, sit down and calm down and go and think about it. I put on my African face. That's as emotional intelligence as we go. And I open my eyes very wide and I'm going back, like, just go on. My son would go when he was very young, like, Mom, you hurt my feelings. I'm like, which feelings? I said it. That's fine. Go and deal with it. And then I'm like, and then my daughter would look at me and like, why would you even say that? Every my husband would be like, "Eh, is there any even chance to discuss that? And it's affecting a lot of kids, actually, not just in the African setting. Even in here, we can come up and say that as parents, we really mostly emotional intelligence, we take it in the working space, in the corporate world, where we can easily apply it, and because we're also taking out stats. But as parents, we really have to grow back to the drawing board of emotional intelligence and really just what even Michelle said, to first to breathe. Because I'm thinking of 110 things. What time do I have to breathe? So what I said is just go and do it and go and figure it out. And truly, we are in this so busy world, especially us mom entrepreneurs, right? Who I'm so happy I'm here in Maryland, because if I was home, somebody would have just come in. Oh, mom, this one is fighting in a block. Don't. But sometimes I just need to step back and just love, and I'm really learning in this thing. So I'm just actually very happy to be part of this, just to bring out the elephant in the mom world of emotional intelligence, because it's huge, especially for
Yes.
entrepreneurs, especially for coaches. I am thinking of my next client by the time I'm giving you food and everything. And I need to tend to get back and say, I'm teaching this little soul something. Because whatever I teach them right now, it's the light of the world that they're gonna be. So if I do not calm down, if I always have to scream on them, it's mom's way or the other way, what sort of leaders am I bringing out? We normally don't stop to ask those questions. I've started to ask those questions most of the times. I've started listening to my kids, but sometimes we listen with 100 things running in our heads. And I'm amazed about parents that just are so calm about it. And the reason why I bring out the other part of it, because very few people are, and it's a discussion that we really need to bring out there. It actually needs a conference on its own, emotional intelligence and mothering. Anyway, it's something that I'm very passionate about. It's a story I can talk about the whole day on it because I'm learning so much. So let me just.
Oh, it's so valid though, because it is true. And I'll pass it over to Flea shortly. But I grew up, like, I come from a Filipino background, and growing up a girl, growing up firstborn, growing up in a way that's like you need to be quiet and whatever mum says goes, otherwise you're gonna get punished. And I there was a lot of fear around that. Me growing up and learning to express myself and communicate in the being that I am, and working with that suppression, because in that culture it was like, if you don't be quiet, then you're gonna get hurt. And unfortunately, it still happens for many kids and families. And I suppose growing up, seeing other families, seeing how, my teachers inspired me to go, well, actually, there are other ways that we can communicate and be in relationship with each other. And I'll pass it over to Flea now, because our upbringings are so different, and we talk about this a lot.
I love that I was kicked out and then I came back in with this topic, because this is what has fueled my desires, and also like the drive to lead to where we are today, running things like this and talking about these topics. As an emotionally abused child, I was very neglected, left to fend for myself. There was so many areas in my life that I had no awareness of the impact in my behaviors in the everyday world. And even with my kids, they're older now, so I didn't have that conscious parenting strategy there. And it was, follow the rules of the mothers ahead of us and the grandmothers that give us the wisdom. And that's where I founded my motherhood journey, was in those old wives' tales. It was listening to the older women that were going back to the basics of like, well, what can you share with them? You don't have to give them all the information. Allow them to seek for it, and to ask them first. And so I guess a lot of this that is very I guess consciously aware now, I was doing, but in a very different way. It was like, okay, well, how do you feel? Talking about the feelings, where in your body. And even as a teacher, asking the kids, oh, I don't feel well. Well, why? Where is it? Where in the body? Describe the feeling. It's something that a lot of kids can't do. And I've heard in my adult life, like talking to men, oh, I'm not allowed to cry. I'm not allowed to feel bad about it. I've just got to keep going on. And those traumatic statements, you sit there and you have to stop and go, this is so true. Every time, oh, suck it up, you're a boy, just like take it. Like, where did this knowledge come from? And a lot of it was those wives' tales. It's like, oh, well, no, boys shouldn't behave like that and girls shouldn't behave like this. But there was value in both. And I guess, like, when we talk emotional intelligence, it's really coming back to what Julianne, you were talking about earlier, those thoughts that come out, those negative emotions, that it takes 7 positives, and that's that 70%, 7 positives to combat 1 negative. And if you think of a person that's in trauma or having to repress all of those emotions, and our kids do this, don't think, don't feel, suck it down. Every time you suck down an emotion, you need 7 positives to be able to amp that back up into a positive frequency. When you start to get that awareness of what it does in your body, like me, I'm suffering the consequences now of repressed emotions physically, the pain trauma in the body as it's working its way through, because I wasn't able to express myself. So I ended up with blocked saliva glands, and like almost to the point where it could turn cancerous, like my mother before, who was also suppressed. You hear it, you feel it. And this is the knowledge that I want to bring. I want to teach kids to know themselves. you have to know your emotions first. Like, where is your drivers? Where is your intrinsic motivators, and extrinsic ones, like Tim was talking about earlier? Like, if we don't start addressing these concerns and our kids aren't aware of them, when they get older, they end up with the health concerns that we then have to address and go, I don't know why I feel this way. Where are these pains coming from? Where is this trauma in my body coming from? We can address it now as parents. And I love that this is being brought up in this way, because when we do address, well, what is the actual concern? Like, is it that, or is it something deeper? Like, how many of us here have repressed an emotion and, it all comes out in a big fight or a big verbal diarrhea. And then once you're all calmed down, it's like, that isn't even why I was upset. Like, none of that had to do with any of it. It's like, actually, I want to go back and can we have that conversation again now? Because all of that came out just because.
Felicia, do you mind if I don't know if I say something or ask something, like for people that are so gracious and so patient to teach, I have nothing but respect because I don't have the patience, right? I did a little bit of psychology. Actually, I did liberal arts and then majored in psychology a little bit and bit of child psychology. And also speaking with like my friends who are therapists and what, this is what we talk about. Like even when they bring in the kids, one of my friends was just actually telling me the other day, like, once I can't even start dealing with that child's emotion without dealing with the parents. Because even if I do, I try to say, regulate your emotion, it's not going to work. That child is just going back in the very same environment. So no matter how much I try to put in, yes, I'll be clocking in the hours, but honestly speaking, I'm not helping the child. And I thinking of the mother when I was all my 3 times like being pregnant. Now that we're talking about it, I've never even thought about it, of everything that they teach you to prepare for. Do you know that nobody teaches you about the emotional intelligence aspect of being a mom? At least all the books I read all the time, I was nothing in there. And then also, even just trying, as you're trying to be a parent, we don't even talk about the things before you even start on the journey of wanting to be a parent. Can you maybe deal with yourself? The way you regulate your emotions, because that's gonna pass on to your next generation. It's nothing that we never talk about. So and I'm sitting here, I'm just thinking, I'm like, if I even asked myself this, because even when I was wanting to be a mother, did I even sit down to think, what am I gonna be bringing to my kids? And unless parents like the way we're doing, wow, this is a mastermind class that is gonna be big, right? I'm just thinking in my mind, this is
Luansa, it's so true. We don't know. We don't realize that all of our emotional baggage that we carry from past hurts, we bring it right along with us when we have a baby, right? And we could be so unaware, right? So unaware. I was, and I wish I had read something or seen something or known something about this. I feel like I would have parented completely differently if I'd known.
Well, I mean, they call it conscious parenting for a reason, right? Because we are in the unconscious of whatever our parents did for us, all the baggage that we've learned, all the layers we put on ourselves. We're now parenting through these layers. And a lot of times what happens is when, especially as moms, we think, well, now we have to give away all our dreams, all the things we wanted, and put them all on the kids and project everything in this baggage onto them. So for instance, for myself, talk about yelling, I was a big yeller. I will tell you, I was. And it was especially with my son, who actually will be speaking tomorrow on the panel. And I can remember we were just so similar in our patterns a lot of times. And I would just be, I wanted so badly to figure out that who were his friends? Who did he belong? What belonging did he feel? Where was he in the world? And you know what? That was lack of mine that I was projecting onto him. And so I'd ask these questions of him about this, and it would just cause these huge verbal fights, and he'd shrink when I'd ask because it wasn't important to him. But I kept thinking it was something society says he needs. I should be checking and monitoring and make sure these things are happening for his development. Otherwise, I'm a bad mom. So much to the point that I would go to my husband. I can't deal with him. You deal with him. You deal with me. We have the same kind of emotions going on right now. Go deal with him. As a mom, that's what made me feel like I need to make a change, and made that conscious choice to make a change. And that's actually where the Mama Genius originates from, the concept of living in your own genius. So you're now the role model. You're not projecting your fears or your dreams on them because you're living in them. And now you're being that role model of them. Now you're now no longer, I was no longer worried about his belonging. I was now seeing what was he interested in. And we figured out it was cooking. We figured out it was gardening. And he'll be talking about all that stuff on a panel tomorrow because I took the time, because I released that burden on him, because it was my burden. It was my wanting to belong. It was my wanting that kind of so I create my own group to have my own belonging, and I was no longer projecting that on him. And a lot of times that's what we are doing, is we are putting that onto our kids, our hopes, our dreams, when those aren't theirs. I was talking to their mom and she was like, well, my husband really wants him to go for wrestling. He's not a wrestler, but that's what my husband did. I'm like, we can't keep putting them what we did, but explore and give them opportunity to see what's. My two daughters are now swimmers. Neither my husband and I were a swimmer, but we just tried different swim lessons, and they're both state swimmers now because that's what they wanted to do, and giving them those opportunities. They're like, why are your kids so driven? I'm like, just because we gave them opportunities. I am not forcing them to swim. I don't even know how to swim. They laughed at me when I got in the pool one day with them, and they were laughing their heads off me. I couldn't even do a 50, let alone a 25. I mean, I couldn't do 25, let alone a 50. And they're like doing 50 back and forth, laughing at me. And so that's what it comes down to, the genius aspect of living in your own genius. And they're not yours. They're there to help guide to what is
Yeah.
their genius. And that's where that disconnect comes from. And we really try to
Mm.
focus on what are they interested in. That opens up the conversation. That now when I yell, my husband looks at me and goes, calm down, what's wrong? I'm like, what, I'm not allowed to yell? He's like, no, you just don't yell very often anymore. I'm kind of afraid now. Like, something must be really wrong if you're yelling.
And Mwanza, you asked for a technique. So this is actually an emotion wheel. This is one of the first things that I got, and it's just the negative emotions. They're divided up, and I lovingly love how they are actually color coded to our chakras. So like when you look at the blue, that's all to do with the throat and repression and stuff like that. So it's actually kind of cool. I don't know if they did that intentionally, but they are very well aligned with our chakras and our energy. So our emotions, when we look at it, and for me, the first one was shame. I was like, okay, well, I'm all, like that reoccurring of I should be ashamed of myself. And, like, what is shame? And I went back, I had childhood abuse and things like that happened. And, that don't talk about it, be quiet. You shouldn't, people don't want to hear things like that. That voice that creates that there's something wrong with you, you're not good enough, and all of that negative talk. When I went deeper into it, and this is the conscious parenting, I went so deep into, well, what is this shame? There is no shame on the emotion wheel. You can look at ashamed, which is an element of being embarrassed. The minute I changed the word from shame to embarrassed, I'm embarrassed by what happened to me. I went, no, I'm not. I'm not embarrassed by what happened to me. Like, that's an absolute load of crock. Like, why would I be ashamed of or embarrassed by what happened to me? I didn't do anything wrong. That switched that trauma and that emotion that I was continuously holding onto, because I didn't actually have an awareness of what it meant. And the minute you look at some of these, like it's got the core in the middle, so they're your main emotions, and then they start to stem out to your minor ones, like your frustrations and stuff like that. When you know where you are, it's like in your creative, I'm being repressed. That's the emotion that's happening there. Oh, I'm not in my heart space. I'm in dislike. I'm not speaking my truth. People are judging me or criticizing me. My ideas aren't being heard. My safety and security, like this is those colors. And the minute we know what they are, we can then go, okay, to our kids, what are you feeling? What is the emotion? Is it actually anger? Is it actually this? And that's where those conversations can happen. So that's like a
Mm.
really simple tool. Everyone, like kids, learn
Yeah.
yourself.
And I think that piece of
Really
what both
excellent.
Michelle, oh, sorry, I just wanted to add in that I think what both Michelle and you were saying there, Flea, about recognizing those emotions within ourselves, learning not to project, and then having those conversations. Like, I think Aya said something in her little piece is like, I talk to my parents afterwards, because when we're in that heightened state of flight, fight, freeze response, and our amygdala takes control, and they say like the amygdala made me do it, which is the oldest part of our brain, which is the reptilian part that is all about survival. And when those emotions come up, whether it's deep sadness, fear, anger, frustration, like on that emotional wheel that Flea had, and when we can recognize that within ourselves as adults, take a step back with some of the strategies that we've shared, then we can allow our children the safe space to feel that to its capacity. And sometimes we just have to be in it with them. We can have so many things going through our minds, but when you are in that emotion, sometimes you do get heightened. And there's been times where, I've had Aya when she was younger having a meltdown in the back of the car. I was thinking about a million of things, and I just legit had to pull over. I had my yell. I had to walk out of the car because she was just in such a state of whatever it is. And then I was holding on to it. And then sometimes you just have to allow them to see your emotions too. And then I remember driving and then pulling over again, and I had a meltdown in the car and cried and sobbed. And you know what she did? She came over, she crawled over from the back seat, held my face, and she just cried with me in that moment. And we just cried together. I don't know what we were crying out by that stage, but for her to witness me in just that pure state of whatever that is, to cry with me, and then we could talk about what, I don't even remember what it was, but I remember that. I remember that because I let my heart also be felt, that's also a form of leadership as parents, for our kids to know it's okay to feel the big things. It's okay to, if you're having arguments with your family members, other kids or teens, knowing that you can talk about it afterwards in those heightened conversations, I think is really important. And I do want to bring in this piece around what Michelle was saying, is about listening to the children to find out what they're interested in. Because I know her beautiful daughter, Lily, has been doing a few little reels for us as well, just sharing her insights. And thank you for your patience. We've had just technical issues leading up to this summit. So I'm hoping that this will play. I can see it's ready to go. So I'm going to share my screen. And will it let me share a window? Perfect. Let me know if you can hear the sound in the chat, I hope. Fingers crossed.
I can't hear it.
Neither can
Can't
I.
hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way for me to share sound? No. This is why we try to download everything beforehand, but we've just had a few glitches. What we will do, lovely people, can you guys still hear me okay?
Yes.
I will stop sharing. Thank you, Flea. Oh, sorry, I accidentally pressed the button again, but that's okay. What we will do is once it buffers, I don't think the sound is going to play.
It's playing, Marie.
Is there? Oh no, it doesn't want to. I'm just going to press.
I've got it playing. Please stop. I've got it playing.
Oh, do you? Great. Sorry. Let's go
I'm
back
going
again.
to start it again, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less technology. We'll go back to the beginning.
Let's go.
So today I'm going to talk about feelings and why they're important and also some things that help me. One thing is making crafts. This is a pumpkin turkey that I lost on the sidewalk. And there's squishies. Yeah. And then other things that are supposed to be like to play with are also crafts. This was a kite, but it failed. Speaking of both, and
Oh, it's having some technical difficulties. Oh, I think we've lost the sound, Flea, halfway through.
Oh,
and then one more thing that
oh no.
used to
Okay, let me try again.
is
Thank you for your patience.
four things in it. But this inspired me to make a real notebook.
Thank you, Lily. If you're listening in on the replay, we'll replay it and restream it as well.
A pumpkin turkey that I lost on the sidewalk. And there's squishies. Yeah. And then other things that are supposed to be like to play with are also crafts. This was a kite, but it failed. Speaking of both, and one way that does help me is screaming like I'm like. And then my other new cookie, milk cookie, baby cookie, and spotty, and then pet cookie. They all have a name, and they help me calm down. Cause like I love squeezing on the specific spots. I like spotty right here. I like back to my cookie just at my back, and I like squeezing their necks, and it just makes me feel better when I hug them. Yeah. And then one more thing that used to help me calm down is kind of a short book with four things in it. But this inspired me to make a real notebook turn into a calm book. It's just with a bunch of like strategies to calm down with stickers, like breathing stickers. And the strategies in this one: read a book, hug a pillow, squeeze a squishy, and mountain breathing. Mountain breathing is very well. In and breathe out, you go in, you go up, and you go out, you go down. And why you feel. Emotions are really important since if you didn't have them, you might be just bored. You wouldn't feel like sad or really happy. If you got something really important, maybe you gotta go to Disney, you wouldn't feel happy. You'd be just normal, and then people wouldn't feel like they did the right thing. That's why that's why feelings are important, and mad and sad and those feelings like that you might think are bad, they're actually really good. Since when you feel that you're sad, you're letting your emotions out. And so that's just it.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, thank you, Lily. I know we've just had to
Sorry
deal
about
with
that, guys. I have about 4 versions that are still.
It happens.
And there's a slight delay, and we've just had a lot of storms here as well where we live. And beautiful Flea is running all of these amazing things up her end and her phone and getting all it to go live. So appreciate your patience with that. And Lily shared such amazing strategies. You know, she demonstrated like screaming into a pillow. I still do that. There are times where I'm like, you know what? I need to just get it out, get that energy out, like both Lily and I had mentioned, but also like talking about the squishies and drawing and writing it out, and um, just even coming back to the breath and coming back into nature. All of the kids' videos I will also share on Awakening Academy's page, the little snippets that we've shared, and we'll tag everybody in that as well, because there's such powerful insights that these kids are sharing here about understanding our emotions, how big they are. I think Lily said would be just boring if we didn't have emotions. And yeah, life would be boring. And so how we navigate that in the busyness of life and have conversations like this to help educate other people, or even just drop those little seeds of thought, like even just going out into nature. If we're so busy as parents, or we're noticing our kids having these big emotional moments, change the setting. Movement is medicine. Take them outside or take them into another room. We've spoken about other strategies about just, you know, feeling the things, and don't try to rationalize or talk about it in the moment. The brain and the body is not ready for that. Allow it to be felt, and you can come back to it later. And I know we've got some beautiful strategies each. I'd love for Julianne, Michelle, and Mwanza to share one, I suppose, strategy that you've used either with your family or maybe kids you've mentored, that are really powerful for parents to try.
Sorry, I was on mute. Is that you're asking for strategies to regulate big emotions?
It's just one strategy from you, Julianne, and
Yeah,
one from Michelle,
I'm gonna
and
be
one
I'm
from
gonna
Mwanza.
I'm gonna be teaching in my next thing. But there's so many things you can do, right? I think I love how you said uh, movement is medicine, right? Sometimes we need to move our bodies, and that will just let us shake off tension and stress. You could dance to your favorite song. You could just, if you don't have that opportunity, you could take 5 slow, deep inhales and exhales. You could leave the room, come back. There's so many things. I'll let someone else suggest.
Oh, Michelle, beautiful. Thank you, Julianne. Michelle.
Um, I have Lily right here, who doesn't want to say hi, but she might.
Ah,
And so, what I was actually going to say, first of all, is really getting into your intuition. So that when you're actually listening to these ideas, like when it hits you, like, oh, that sounds like it might work for me, that's really the ones to really go for. Because sometimes we're like thinking we need to do the things that we need to think. And that kind of leads me to the concept of the last thing I want to say was like time is a construct. And most times that we're putting this pressure on the busyness of motherhood or the busyness of everything, and that's a pressure that a lot of times causes the emotions, and we're doing it to ourselves because we're stressing ourselves out saying we need to get this done by this time. No one, a lot of times it's not even a deadline, or someone, we put these self deadlines on ourselves. And so when we start to look at time into what is really important that needs to get done in the day, like give you another hug right now because you did such a good job, those are the important things to do. And when we start to regulate those things, that's when it comes into play, when we realize what is important, leading back to your genius, because you can write an email that could take you 2 hours, or that same email can take you 15 minutes. When you're in the right mind frame to do these things, then we're not feeling the busyness. When we slow down, we get more done.
Amazing. Mwanza, one beautiful strategy or tip from you.
one beautiful strategy that I've learned, and then from actually one of my dearest friend who's supposed to be on this panel, Chika. I thought it was crazy when she told me about it, but oh my God, it helps a lot to go outside and hug a tree. At first, when she told me, Shika, is that just an Indian thing? Or like, no one wants to try it. And really, it does, because one, it takes you out of this thing. Just imagine, just first you screaming, and then you go outside and you hug a tree. I don't think you'll have anything to come outside that and scream. It's just something that happens to that. So now my kids have trees. We're tree huggers here, thanks to Chica. And it really does help. It's the quickest thing that changed my, like, when I'm high here and I need to be, especially that I'm a very hyper what, it's just and I need something quick outside. I just go hug the tree and just like, oh, I thank God for this tree. And I
Yeah.
turn back and go inside, and I'm a different mom.
Oh,
Thanks, Chica.
thank you, Shika. I know she'll be listening on the replay. And Flea, I know you were just like, oh, yes, we've got beautiful tree huggers here, which is beautiful because nature is something really powerful. And in our break, we're probably going to go hug a tree because we need a ground. But what's one beautiful tip for you that's a bit different that hasn't been shared yet before we finish up?
I always write it down. Journaling by far is the quickest and easiest way to start deciphering a problem. The minute you start writing it, it's like, no, that's not what I wanted to say. And if you have to scribble it out, then you know that there's more to unpack. So that just write it down. Ask yourself why. A lot of what I journal isn't so much what I'm thinking, it's the questions I'm asking myself, like why am I thinking this question, or why am I thinking that statement? And writing those questions down then allows you to really get a much deeper insight into, okay, well, where is that coming from? Looking at it as if it's like a friend. Okay, I'm actually going to take my little challenge of finding my trigger and act as if it's a mystery game and find, okay, well, what caused it? And then I go hug a tree because that's awesome.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Oh, goodness. And thank you so much, Michelle, Julianne Mwanza, for joining us, and to our youth ambassadors, Lily, who is here, also to Iron Anthea and Sharia for sharing your insights. And thank you, folks, for just bearing with our technical glitches and buffering. And I feel like the messages that our kids have shared and us as mums and coaches and speakers have really brought some insights for those that are listening in to help us regulate and understand our nervous system, our big emotions, and let's just cry more and talk about it later.
Marie, can I say one last thing? It was
Yeah.
actually addressed, which I forgot, was I was actually just in Tanzania with Liam, and we were working in some of the schools down there. And to answer your question about what some of the kids were saying is when they were asked what is their voices, they were starting to give their dreams and stuff. And so I think even so, just asking more of those questions of what do they want to accomplish, what they want to do. And so when we're asking our kids these questions, whatever country they're in, we just need to start asking them. And I think that will make all the difference to who they become, no matter what's happened.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. And this is why we're here to ask the questions, to listen
Yes.
deeply, to have conversations. So powerful. And I know Julianne is going to be joining us next, is going to be diving deeper into some more of these strategies that we've talked about. So thank you so much. And Michelle, just quickly, how can people connect with you?
The best thing is just go to connectingmamas.com and you can find stuff on how to get onto Mama Genius Hub, the podcast, all the good stuff. And the podcast is Mama Genius Hub Podcast. So you can come take a look at everything, and we'll get her talking a little bit sometimes too. And if you come join the Facebook group, she does do a live every once in a while with me. She's got some great ideas in gratitude and anxiety. And I love working with her.
And we'll hear more from Lily in tomorrow's panel as well. And Mwanza, for people to come and connect with you, how can they find you?
Facebook. I found you there, right?
Yes, Mwanza Gold. I'm tagging her and
Yeah,
everything.
just put in there you for me somewhere, and just happy to be here. And I'll be getting into that group with Michelle too.
Excellent, excellent. And I know, Julianne, we shared your details earlier, but we're going to hop off now, take a little moment, and then we'll jump back in with Julianne's session. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Great session.
Bye.
Julianne is a certified kids life coach on a mission to inspire and empower children of all ages. She is passionate about coaching children on how to overcome their challenges, adopt a winning mindset, and become the best version of themselves.
Yay! Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here tonight, whatever time zone you're in. Thank you very much for showing up today. And we just finished an amazing panel discussion about emotions. And I think that's a wonderful segue right into what I'm going to be talking to you about today. We are going to be talking about managing big uncomfortable feelings, because we all have them, and sometimes it's hard to know what to do with them when we do feel them. So let's just jump right in. I'm going to share my screen here. All right, and let me go a little bigger. Okay, everyone, want to make sure this is all showing up here. Cool, it looks like it is. Great. So my idea here today is to show you, teach a little bit about emotional intelligence, our emotions, and help you learn a strategy of how to manage big emotions when they come up so that they don't manage you. All right, let's dive in. Okay, this is the screen I want. I'm hoping that you guys are not seeing it yet. Hold on a second. Here it comes. Okay, great. So I wanted to just start off with this little slide here, and I love this image because I feel like it shows that when we're in tune with our feelings, they can serve as a form of intelligence for our brain. And our feelings give us insight about what is going on inside of us and other people, right? When we become really attuned to our feelings, we start to recognize them in other people. So talking a little bit about emotional intelligence, this was a term coined by Daniel Goleman many years back. I forget how many years back. It's been a long time. And he basically thinks of emotional intelligence as something that can be broken down into 5 areas, right? And there are some benefits when you develop these areas in yourself. right? In terms of how successful you're going to be in life with your friends, with your family, with your coworkers. If you grow up and, I don't know how old people are who are watching this. We have young ones, older ones. This is a talk today that speaks to all ages. So no matter how old you are, this is something, I think you'll find something useful in here. But let's begin in talking about that. None of these areas of intelligence we're not born with them developed, right? It's something that we can learn and develop over time. So that's the good news. And I'm just going to talk quickly about what these areas are, just quickly, and then we're going to dive into self-regulation today. Self-awareness, I like to think of that as kind of like self-wisdom, right? It's when you know your strengths, when you know your weaknesses, and this can be, developed also when you reflect, right? We develop that kind of wisdom when we reflect on our day, when we reflect on our actions, things like that. The next category would be self-regulation, right? Self-regulation happens when we can pause, think before taking action, right? We can think about the best outcome that we would like to get before we say something or do something. And this can be tricky because sometimes we want to just react, right? We just want to be impulsive. And the magic comes in when we can learn how to self-regulate. Next, we've got motivation, right? We just had a great talk earlier about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. When we can learn how to motivate ourselves, that's really powerful because even, let's say you're working towards a goal and you're not feeling like doing that, whatever that is today that you need to do. But if you can harness your motivation and kind of conjure up those feelings to get you going, you can push yourself in the right direction to help yourself reach your goals. And then also I want to talk about empathy. Empathy is something really, really important. And I feel like this is a powerful kind of intelligence because it enables us to feel or imagine how somebody else might be feeling, right? Like putting yourself in that other person's shoes, so to speak, or a situation, right? And when we notice somebody else might be struggling or facing challenges, we could choose, if we're feeling empathy and we're clued in, we could choose to support them by recognizing it, or maybe we can offer them some encouragement or a kind word. And I think that this is something that the world needs more of. And then lastly, I want to just touch on social skills. A lot of us know what social skills are, right? They're like people skills, like how you are, like how approachable you are for other people. Are you easy to talk to? Maybe you're a team player and you can cooperate well with others. Or you might even say, if you've got really developed social skills, you might be that person who's like good at diffusing arguments. Like if you have two friends that are getting into a fight, you might be the person to be like, whoa, wait a minute, and kind of help calm things down, which I think can be a huge help in today's world where a lot of people, wear their emotions like right on their sleeve and have trouble regulating themselves, right? And keeping themselves out of fights. Okay, moving on. So basically, we're going to be talking about self-regulation today, and that's the one that's circled right here. Okay. Oops. Hold on a second, folks. I'm clicking on the wrong screen. Here we go. Okay, great. So quickly talking about feelings, right? Emotions, right? Marie mentioned earlier that emotions are energy in our body. Did you ever think about that? When we feel feelings, we can sometimes locate them in our body, right? Like when you feel embarrassed, your face gets like flushed or hot. Or maybe when you're angry, you could feel it in your chest or your back. Or maybe when you have lots of energy and you're feeling silly, you might feel it in your arms or your legs, right? So everybody definitely feels emotions in their body, but people may feel them in different ways. And the way we can become, more savvy with that is to pay attention to it, right? And also, a lot of our actions and our behaviors are rooted in our emotions, which means when we're feeling a certain way it could cause us to act or say something in a certain way. And sometimes we behave well, and sometimes we behave not so well. Okay, let's see our next slide. I want to just, for a moment, bring up this awesome movie. I don't know if friends have seen this movie, but hopefully some people have. I loved this movie Inside Out, and I know the second one has come out. If anybody out there also loves this movie, feel free to type in the chat if you have a favorite character from this movie. We've got fear, anger, joy. We've got sadness, disgust, and I know there's some new ones that were added in. I really love this movie. But I think the reason I love this movie so much is that I feel like Riley, the main character, they kind of normalized that feelings were really a big part of her world, right? And we got up close and personal with all of her feelings in that movie. And we started to understand how all of them were important and that Riley needed to give all of them space, right? And pay attention to them because they were giving her information all along, the way. Okay, I'm not going to stay there for too much longer. I just wanted to bring that up. If you haven't seen Inside Out, I highly recommend it. It's a great movie, even kids, parents, everyone. It's lovely. All right. So we're going to talk about self-regulation, right? It's a skill that helps people, right? It helps us control our behaviors and it helps us control our emotions. And this can help us make good decisions for ourselves. And that is the reason why we want to know and we should learn about self-regulation. I just wanted to give credit to Very Special Tales. This is a cool website and kind of blog that talks about self-regulating strategies. So if you guys are interested in that, you can check that out at another time. Okay, and now I'm going to speak a little bit about what happens when we are in reaction mode. Okay, this is us going through our everyday life. You have a thought, you have a feeling and a behavior. But I just realized now that I'm right in front of what you're not seeing. This kid on the bottom, he's kicking over a flower pot because he's feeling frustrated or just feels like doing something bad. So sorry about that, but some of my slides I just realized are going to be blocked out by me, and I'm going to tell you what's there behind me. All right, moving on. So that would be somebody going through their day, not really thinking about what they're doing, okay? And so the idea is that we might have a thought. It may be a negative thought in this case, let's say, like, oh, that person over there is really making me mad. What they're saying, what they're doing. And then the feeling will come up of, oh, I'm not happy about this at all. I'm angry. And then reaction may be, hey, and you may end up doing things, this person may end up doing things that they might regret, like yelling or hitting or kicking or screaming. And it's all because they haven't got that awareness, right, about what's happening, what they're thinking and what they're feeling. And when this happens, we may do things or say things that we might regret. And I want to talk a little bit about uncomfortable feelings, right? We have all kinds of feelings inside of us, right? Good ones. And I don't want to say there are no bad feelings, right? We should never feel bad about any feeling that we have. It's okay. And we need to make space for all of them and notice them, right? So if you're feeling jealous or insecure or angry or whatever that icky feeling is, it may not feel good inside, it's still important because it's giving us information, right? And I want to know, type in the chat if you know what happens if we decide to ignore uncomfortable feelings or stuff them down. Or some people say just forget it, just move on. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But you feel that feeling inside. Type into the chat if you know what could happen. Okay, I'm seeing some people typing in here. Yeah. So what can happen is if we don't pay attention to those uncomfortable feelings, something bad can happen. So what happens is like a pressure cooker we can be like pushing them down, pushing them down, pushing them down. It can go on for a long time, but eventually they're going to come out, right? And we may just get really mad. We may yell, we may scream, we may react in crazy ways that we might regret later. And yeah, you get the idea, right? So it's really important to notice when we're having these uncomfortable feelings and kind of process them. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that going forward. All right. This is something that is called color zones, right? And so if you look at like the Inside Out movie that we were looking at earlier, some of those characters are color coordinated with these emotional color zones, right? We've got, if you notice in this, we've got this spectrum, right? Like when you go towards the top of the graph, you've got, or the table, you've got more energy, right? And when you go towards the bottom, you've got less energy, right? And on the right side of it, the yellow and the green zones, this is where things are feeling pretty good, right? But let's go over to the left-hand side of the table, what do we call this? And you're going to see these feelings you don't feel very good in the blue zones and the red zones, right? These are feelings that can make us like, let's say, let me start off with each zone. Actually, let me back up a little bit. The green zone is like where we like to live, right? This is where we feel our best. We feel calm. We're in control. We're in control of what we're saying, what we're doing. And usually we feel pretty positive there, right? Now the yellow zone, we could go into the yellow zone and our energy is going to be a little bit higher, right? We may even feel like silly or excited or inspired, energized. And sometimes we might even be feeling slightly nervous or stressed, but not to the point that we're out of control, right? We're still in control, but we feel our energy a little bit higher. Now, if you move into the blue zone, that's where energy gets a little bit lower, right? We'd be looking at like feelings like sad, drained, tired. You might be sick. You might be bored. That kind of feeling, right? So you can imagine like you're feeling a little lower, right? Now let's go above the blue zone. So if we think about it from low to high, you would move from either blue or yellow into the red. It's very hard to go green right to red. And the red zone is the hardest place to be. The red zone is where we have no control over ourselves. Usually this is tantrum, meltdown. This is screaming, yelling. This is sometimes where violence happens. This is a place that's really scary when we get there. And we often do things that we might not feel very good about after the fact, right? If we overreact and we're in the red zone, we may say bad things, do bad things, right? So it's really important for us to learn how to get a hold of our emotions so that we don't end up in the red zone. And if we do feel like we're approaching the red zone, we want to figure out how to get back into the green or a little, reduced back into the yellow or blue, wherever we can feel more in control. And depending on how heightened your emotion is, that could take you a little bit longer. But we're going to talk more about that in just a moment. All right. One thing that's really important is that we have a feelings vocabulary, right? A feelings vocabulary helps us be able to identify what we are feeling, right? And I like to use this famous phrase, name it to tame it, from Dan Siegel. He's a world famous psychiatrist and he's all about emotional intelligence and he understands how everything's happening in our brains, right? And when we can basically name the feeling that we're feeling, it helps our prefrontal cortex, which is this part of our brain where we do our best, highest thinking, planning, organizing, problem solving, all that important stuff that only human beings could do, I think. we have this part of the brain activated as soon as we say the name of the emotion, like I'm frustrated, or I'm nervous, or I'm scared, or I'm listing the emotions that are heightened intensity and not so comfortable, right? But obviously, if you're feeling happy or joy or excited, you may or may not need to name that, right, to feel in control. But you're probably still feeling pretty good. But when you feel a big feeling, and let's say you're not quite sure how to manage it, if you start to say out loud how you're feeling, and you need help, somebody may be able to help you. A parent, a teacher, an older sibling, or a friend, they may be able to help you kind of get a handle on things by talking to you about it, or you can kind of reflect for yourself. Okay, so I would like to talk to everybody here today about how to do this, right? This is one or two of many strategies that exist out there. And I like to think of this as the self-regulation for success, the SRS model, okay? And you can do this in 4 steps. You have, first you need to notice the feeling that you're having. You can name it to tame it. Pause, that's the second step. You need to take a breath and calm down. And we're gonna talk a little bit more about how to do that. And then think. This is where the magic comes in, right? You can think about, what can I do or say to get the best outcome in this situation for myself? And then lastly, choose. You can choose consciously, right, to avoid reacting impulsively without thinking. And maybe you won't be making the best choice for yourself in that moment if you react without thinking. We want you to choose consciously so that you can get what you want, right? All right. And one of the ways that, one of the things that we can do is breathe. I love breathing because our breath is with us wherever we go, right? It's with us wherever we go. And what I'm going to do today, just for the sake of time, because we're going to run short, is I'm going to show everybody a great tool that works for younger people, older people, everyone. And this is called 5-finger breathing. And I hope you will try it out with me now. All right. Basically, what you're going to want to do is inhale as you trace up a finger, pause, and exhale slowly as you go down a finger. And all these breaths, you want to do them really slowly. So let's do the rest of the hand together. So everybody together, I'm going to exhale first. Okay, inhale, pause, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Type in the chat how you're feeling, if you could feel any difference in your state of being after breathing. There are a lot more breathing strategies out there. There are things you can look up on the internet. Box breathing is great too. And I'm not going to take too much time to explain it, but I do believe that breathing and pausing is a great way to help regulate yourself and be able to calm down, pause, and think about how you want to behave next. All right, let's talk about what happens with the younger set when they don't regulate versus regulate, okay? Let's say we have a young lady here who hears, "You can't play." And her thought is, "They said I can't play." And the feeling is anger, right? Frustration. It's an uncomfortable feeling. And maybe her reaction normally would just be, "Ah!" Right? Scream, yell, tantrum, get upset, right? But if we've taught her some regulating techniques, look at the magic that can happen for your child when they learn this awesome skill of self-regulation. So let's say she hears again on the playground, "You can't play." And she thinks, "They said I can't play." She still feels angry, right? She does feel the feeling, but she said, I think I'm feeling something uncomfortable here. Maybe I better pause, breathe, calm myself, think, what do I want to do here? What are my choices? Again, I'm blocking one of the great choices. One of the choices is to tantrum and get upset. Another choice might be, I can find something else to do. I'll look around and see who else there is to play with. And then the part that I'm covering up is she sees some other friends on the playground playing and she's going to go join them. So there are many solutions available to us when we pause and we think, right? Rather than just going right to that reaction that's upsetting for us. Okay, With older kids, let's imagine, oh, you got an F on your test. And the thought is, oh, I failed my math test. And oh, the feeling is like, oh, I'm awful. I'm horrible. This is terrible. What am I going to do? And the reaction might be stress. Maybe you carry it all day inside of you. You get home at night and you're still stressed and you're thinking about a million things and you don't even get a good night's sleep because you're so stressed out about it. Well, if we teach this older child how to self-regulate, good things can happen. Same thing, F on the test. The thought is, oh, I failed my math test. It's over. And the feeling is still there of frustration and, right? Feeling like you're not good enough, right? This teen can pause, breathe, think to themselves more clearly and think, okay, how do I want to bounce back from this? What do I want to do, right? What are my choices? I can study more next time before I get to my next test. I could take a rest maybe if I need to do that, go take a walk, or even ask for help, right? When we teach kids and people to be more clear-headed and paused and calm, they can make better choices for themselves. And this is one of the beauties of learning self-regulation. All right, and I, of course, have one slide that I want to speak to the parents. Parents, if you're listening, this is for you. Let's say your kids are fighting and mom is thinking, they're doing it again. And the feeling is, no, not that again. And upset, right? Like, how could they do this again? And the reaction is maybe to go right over there and yell and blame one and the other. And that one's really afraid of mom and the other one's scared, hiding behind mom. And mom is really upset. Mom has lost it, right? That can be very scary for your children when you lose your temper, believe it or not, unless you do it constantly and then they don't think it's very scary anymore. And that's even worse because things can go worse from there. But let's talk about the mom who's learned some self-regulation, or the dad, okay? You've got your stimulus, kids fighting, the thought, they're doing it again, the feeling of frustration, right? But then the self-regulated mom can think, okay, I'm just going to take a moment here. I'm going to pause. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to think about what I want to do. Maybe I need to take a walk around the house. Maybe I need to leave the room for a moment. Maybe I just need to count. Maybe I need to do some 5-finger breathing, whatever it might be, box breathing. And mom will have that chance to go about problem solving with a totally different attitude, right? Mom could think, okay, I'm going to make this into something funny. I'm going to go in like a referee and be like, hey, you get a yellow card. And you, buddy, that's a red card. Because you know what? You've done that before and mommy told you I don't like it. And you know what I mean? You can kind of, and that will really break things up because kids would, the last thing they're going to expect is for you to go in there and role play a referee in a game, right? Or maybe mom's choice is to leave because she's just way too upset, right? If the intensity is way too high, you may need a longer time to self-regulate and calm yourself down. And then, of course, I'm blocking another good option. My picture's in the way, but this is the mom that's already calmed down. She's already in a loving space, and she can go to her child, get right on their level with them, eye to eye, and be like, sweetheart, I don't like the way you're doing that. And with all the patience of a saint in the world, which can be really hard to do at times, but there are moms out there who are doing it, and they can just have a very heartfelt talk with their child rather than yelling and scolding and screaming and getting upset. They can go to their child and just be like, this is not the way we're going to do things here. And just really come from a loving place, and be a conscious parent and use more positive approaches with their child and discipline rather than just yelling and reacting. All right. I'm going to be wrapping up here shortly because I think we have somebody coming on right after me. Parents, I just want to let you know that in order for you to teach these 4 steps of self-regulation for success, you're going to need to be able to do it yourself. Otherwise, it won't work, right? Our children don't do what we say. They do what we do, right? And you are the most important role model for your kids. They are watching you every day and they can feel how you feel, right? If you're stressed, they're going to know it. If you're at peace, they're going to know it. You can't fake it, right? We are social creatures and we can feel each other's energy and emotions. that was the last little bit I want to say about that. These are some wonderful books if you're interested in learning more about emotional intelligence. Here's Daniel Goleman's Emotional Intelligence, super book. The Whole Brain Child, also great book if you're looking to understand how to raise your child in an emotionally intelligent way. Lots of pictures and explanations and great things. And then, of course, there's a great read aloud book for your kids. I am stronger than my anger, right? Than anger. And then lastly, I just want to let you know that if you're interested in finding me, I am one of Star's Kids Life coaches. You can find me on my website. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Facebook. I'm Coach Julianne. I think that is everything I have for you today. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to stop sharing. Anyway, I want to just say thank you to everyone for coming today. And I hope that you all have, a good experience trying out self-regulating. And maybe you can rewatch this at some point just to learn how to do it.
Thank you so much, Julianne, for your time and such amazing insights. I love that you spoke about, understanding the nervous system and the prefrontal cortex and those beautiful tips on breathing. And I'm also an advanced breathwork facilitator, and I work with kids as well. And the 5-finger one, I see teachers doing that with little preppies, so 5-6-year-olds coming in to help them calm their body. The box breath I've done with teenagers and young kids, older kids in the younger world as well, where they're breathing in for 4, holding for 4, out for 4, holding for 4. And there's, again, a whole other session we could talk about the power of the breath. But I'm glad you mentioned some of these beautiful strategies. And I love The Whole Brain Child. That was like one of the first books that I read, coming into understanding more about, psychology and education and teaching, but also being a parent, being able to understand the mind of my child and the minds of the other kids that I was understanding and working with. So such beautiful insights. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to our next guest as well.
Thanks so much for having me here. It was a real pleasure.
Beautiful.
Our next speaker, Paula, was born in Germany but later moved to Bolivia, where she built a strong foundation in education at a local German school. With a passion for teaching, she dedicated 12 years to the classroom, earning admiration for her innovative methods and a deep commitment to her students. Seeking to make a broader impact, Paula became a kids' life coach, guiding children through life's challenges for the past 5 years. And now, as an instructional coach for the last 2 years, she has mentored fellow educators, helping them to enhance their skills and improve outcomes for their students. Beyond her career, Paula cherishes time with her family and friends. She loves the outdoors, sharing a special twin bond with her sister, and is a devoted mother of 2 daughters. Paula believes happiness is found in small moments. A philosophy she lives by and instills in her children. Through her work and personal life, Paula continues to inspire others and make a positive difference one moment at a time. Thank you, Paula.
Hello, everybody. My name is Paula Brañez, and I am a Kids Life Coach. Welcome to today's sessions. Today, you are going to learn about your inside world, how powerful your thoughts are, how they are connected with your emotions, and therefore your reactions. You're going to also learn and practice a few strategies that are going to help you notice your thoughts, your emotions, and your reactions. Are you guys ready? Let's dive in. Did you know that we have tons of thoughts every single day? We have about, some people say that we have about 50,000 thoughts a day. That's crazy, right? Can you believe that? Wow. No wonder why sometimes we get distracted and we catch, I don't know if it happens to you, but it happens to me. So I catch myself like thinking about things that I don't even know why am I thinking about those things. So it's really, really hard to get to be very focused sometimes. Have you ever found yourself singing a song all of a sudden? That's a thought. It happened to me a few minutes ago. My brain started singing this let it go, this song from Frozen. I don't know why, I don't know how, but I start like that song was here in my head. So it was really hard to get it out of my brain. And now I bet that you are thinking about that song, that you're probably singing and you're remembering the movie, you're remembering Anna and Elsa and all of that. So that's our brain, and sometimes it needs one thought and you are just lost and you get distracted, right? So please come back to me. Let's keep talking about thoughts. So some thoughts might be like memories. So it could be something that you remember, something that you like. Sometimes a thought might be something that you don't like, a memory that you don't like to remember. But those are there, and they come like in like an image, and then they are there. Sometimes you are going to have a thought that is an idea, like, "Ooh, I want to do this tomorrow. What if I plan a play date with my friends today, or a movie night with my family?" Some of your ideas might be questions like, I wonder why the sky is blue. I wonder if I can bake a cake today. And sometimes you're going to have the most random thoughts, like ever. I don't know, like, what was that noise? Is there Is there an animal here? Or what's that smell? I wonder what's for lunch. So your brain has multiple thoughts, and then one thought brings another thought, and sometimes you have like a bunch of them together. So now it makes more sense that we have about 50,000 thoughts every single day, right? It does, because you are thinking 24/7 all the time. All right, now we're gonna um, do something where you're going to be writing a few of your thoughts. So if you need to pause the video for a moment, and you can, because you need to grab a piece of paper and pencils or markers, please do so. All right. So what we're going to do now is, or you can put it in the chat if you want to. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and then you are going to write down the first thing that pops into your mind. Okay. So let's think about the first song that pops into your mind. It could be the name of the song, it could be the lyrics. So go ahead. All right. Okay, now you are going to write down something that you remember, a nice memory. Okay. Now we're gonna write down something that you wonder. I wonder why, I wonder how. So anything that you wonder. Nothing is crazy, guys. We're just thinking. All right. And now the last one. Think about a moment when you felt proud of yourself. That feels good, right? Remembering all of these thoughts, it just feels good, because the questions that I asked was to bring all of these nice thoughts and memories like to the front of your head. So we're not always aware of what we are thinking. So we have like an envelope in the back of our head where a lot of our thoughts are stored. So they are here and you don't even know. So that means that you are not aware of all of those thoughts. And sometimes all of a sudden they like to come in front of you and like make you aware of those thoughts. And that happens with different situations. So they like to wake up whenever you don't need them. And the reason why you don't need them is because most of those thoughts, like 95% of those thoughts that are hidden in the back of your brain, are negative thoughts. We name them ANTs, automatic negative thoughts. And the reason we name them like that is because they are automatic. You don't want to think about those thoughts, but they are there. And they are negative because our brain is wired to think negatively. Not only yours, mine, like everybody's brain is wired to think negatively. So that means that it is natural for your brain to think about uh, the worst case scenario in a situation, or to think about why you can't do this or that, or to think about why you're not enough sometimes. And that's totally normal to have those type of thoughts, but at the same time those don't feel good at all. So that's why now that you're learning about your thoughts, and then you're going to learn about how they are connected to your emotions and your reactions, that's going to give you the power to make some changes, right? Because when you notice those thoughts, you can make changes. And then by asking you the questions that I asked at the beginning of this session, you were able to be more in control of your thoughts, right? Because with those questions, you are able to bring happy memories, songs, a moment when you felt proud of yourself. So all that is you being in charge of your thoughts. All right. So now let's I'm going to give you another example of how your thoughts work. Okay. Sometimes, have you ever find yourself asking these what if questions? For example, you are in your math class and your teacher calls your name to answer for one question, and then like she cut you all of a sudden, you probably know the answer. You probably don't know the answer. But what happens to a lot of people is that they start second guessing themselves. What if I say the wrong answer? What if everybody laughs at me? What if everybody thinks I don't know anything? What if? Oof, so many ants become active. And then they bring more ants, right? Because one what if brought another one. So all of a sudden you have like an ant pile here in your head. So imagine how would you feel? Oh, we have to shake them off and let them go. Let it go again, because we don't want those thoughts, right? Because those thoughts, what they do, they automatically activate something in your body. Okay. So with those thoughts, you start feeling something in your body. And then you feel something in your stomach, or you might feel something in your head, or your heart, or your legs, or any part of your body. And then what that means is that a thought is always going to wake up an emotion or trigger an emotion. So I don't know how your body shows your emotions, and probably you're not that aware of those emotions yet. But with this information, you're going to start to be more aware of it. For example, whenever I'm anxious about something, or for any uncertain situation, I feel like a hole here in my stomach. So I feel like it doesn't feel good, but I know that I'm anxious because I feel that. Or when I'm stressed, I feel sometimes my heart is pumping faster, or I get sweaty. When I am embarrassed, I get red in my head, my face is red, then I start sweating sometimes. But on the other hand, with other like more comfortable thoughts, when I am confident, I feel that my shoulders are up, I feel that my head is in my back are straight, and I don't know, I feel like I'm walking with more showing more confidence. So like I said, your body is going to show you so many ways that you're feeling an emotion. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, and you can put it in the chat box. I'm gonna give you a few emotions, and you're going to write down where do you feel that emotion in your body. And if you don't know yet, it's okay. Just ask yourself, because next time that you feel the emotion, we want to make sure that you know how your body is showing that emotion. Okay, this one might be easy. How does your body show when you feel loved, that somebody loves you or that you love somebody? Yes, I like that. I like that. So some people feel it in their heart. Yes, some people feel it in their face. Yes, because you're smiling. Uh-huh. In their arms. That's an interesting one. Yes, because you can hug the people that you love. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Okay. How does your body show you that you are angry? Think about that. Yeah, okay. Yes, your face, right? Sometimes you do that. This. Your fist. Yeah, some people like put their hands like this when they're angry. Uh-huh. Or maybe your arms like that. Yes. And that's something like your body is showing you all of that, right? When you're sad, your face, of course, your face totally, right? Your eyes, like they can show, you can see when somebody's sad because of their eyes. Even if somebody's not crying, you can see that they are sad, or their mouth. Uh-huh. And their heart too. Yes. So see, you're learning how your body is showing you these emotions. And then getting to know your body and getting to know how your body is showing you those emotions is so important, because guess what? Next time you feel that in your fists, or you feel that in your heart, or you feel that in your face, you're going to be like, wait, wait, wait. This feels familiar. I think I'm feeling angry, or I think I'm feeling frustrated. Okay, yes. So what am I thinking? What is going on? What is happening in this situation? So see, being aware of that gives you so much power of your inside world. And now, let me tell you that what these emotions do, since they are active in your body, and emotions are like an energy, because I mean, remember last time that you were angry. You feel it in your body and you need to do something with that energy, right? So that all that energy needs to be released somehow, because if you learn this in school, you know that energy changes, right, from one type of energy to another energy. So that energy that you have in your body, when you're angry, when you're happy, when you're sad, like any energy, it needs to do something to be released, right? So when you're happy, what do? You dance, you jump, you smile. When you're angry, oh, some people, when they're angry, they yell, they scream, some people get violent, they kick, or they punch people, and all of that is because that energy, that emotion needs to be released, right? Because emotions are not there forever. They are not going to stay in you forever. So they just come like a wave and they go. So every emotion is going to be a wave. It's going to be pretty, like very intense, and then it's going to go down. So after your reaction, it usually goes down. And then, of course, it brings other emotions as well. So that's why it's so important to be more aware of your emotions, because imagine if your emotion is like a wave, right? If you know how to ride a wave, you're going to go up with the wave, even though it's really intense, and then you're going to go down with the wave, like a pro, like a surfer. But if you don't know about your emotions, the emotion is going to go up, you're going to stay here, and the emotion is going to crush you. And that's when you're not in control of your reactions. That's when you yell, when you scream, when you say hurtful things to others or to yourself. So it's about knowing how to be with those emotions, because the emotions are going to be there. They are part of your they are part of you and your body and your life. And then we do have some comfortable emotions, like you can see them here. And then we do have some uncomfortable emotions. Those are part of who we are. And then we have to be able to accept all of those emotions, right? Because they are there. Like one day, in one single day, you are going to feel more than one emotion, for sure. So, for example, you're gonna wake up super happy because it's Friday, And then when you go to eat breakfast, you're going to feel like, oh, I didn't want to eat this for breakfast. When you go to school, you're excited to see your friends, but then you have a test, so you feel stressed. And then during recess, you feel very, very accepted, very loved. But then during dismissal, you feel angry because your mom is late to pick you up. So see, emotions, 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 emotions all day long. So that's why it's important to know about them, because you're gonna live with them every single day at every single moment. And then if you notice here, you can see that the emotions are not that simple, right? Because one emotion might be hiding other emotions. So with the comfortable emotions, I mean, it gets a little bit easier, because it doesn't matter if I feel I feel happy anyways, but maybe it's because I'm grateful or I excited, but it's a comfortable emotion. But for example, when you are sad, and it's you really need to dig into that sadness, like, what is making me sad? Is it because I feel hurt? Okay, why do I feel hurt? Do I feel disappointed? Why do I feel disappointed? Like, what is going on? Because if you actually name the emotion, you don't know how much power that does. It automatically um, makes you aware of the emotion, and the intensity just is lower, because you're naming the emotion and you are understanding. It's like your body telling you, oh, thank you for noticing me. Or that emotion, have you seen Inside Out? So that emotion is like looking at you and telling you, oh, thank you, you're seeing me, that's great. So now let's hold hands and let's do something together, right? Because otherwise, if you don't notice the emotion, it's like, I don't see you. I don't know who you are. I don't know. I don't want to know about you. But the emotion is going to be there, and then you're going to react. And every emotion is valid, but not every reaction, right? Because sometimes you don't react in a way that you would like to, but you do, and then you get in trouble, or you feel guilty, or you feel embarrassed. Yeah, and but if you are more in control of your emotions and your reactions, it would be so much easier for you to know what to do. Everything is connected in your inside world. Like, you notice whenever you are having a thought, and then you have automatically you have an emotion, and then automatically you're going to have a reaction. So that's why I said everything is connected. So that reaction that you had 10 minutes ago before you connected to this session, that reaction was because you were feeling something, and then you were thinking about something, right? For example, I don't know if anybody had this reaction, but sometimes I do hear from some students that um, they argue with their parents because they don't want to connect. So see, they argue, that's a reaction, because they feel like, oh, this is so boring, I don't want to connect. And then they are thinking like, oh, I want to play my video game, or I want to do this or that. So everything is connected. Some people like to say that we have like these two different parts of our brain that are in charge of of all of that connection in our inside world. So one part of that brain is the one that reacts automatically without giving us the chance to be in charge. So and the other part is the part that gives you the chance to be more in charge of your reactions. So those parts of our brain are called the guard dog and your wise owl. Why do you why do you think they are called the guard dog and the wise owl? Yes, because your guard dog is there to protect you, right? So how does a guard dog react? Yes, by barking. Yes, and like even the body position is like ready to attack, right? Yeah, on the other side, the wise owl is more calm, quiet. All right, yes. So that guard dog wants to protect you. So that part of your brain has the role to take care of you. And then that's perfectly fine when there's a situation that needs the guard dog to be there, right? So, for example, if you are crossing the street and then you see a car coming, that guard dog is going to protect you and is going to tell you, run. So you're going to run, and that guard dog is saving your life, right? Actually. But on the other hand, if you are in at home and then your siblings grab a marker, okay? And then you're like, hey, that's my marker. I'm going to use it. And even though you're not going to use it, that's your marker. So you're like, attacking, right? So in that case, your guard dog doesn't need to be active, because your guard dog is only going to make a bigger reaction. And then instead of asking like, hey, that's my marker, can I use it, or can you please ask next time? So that's using your words, right? That's your wise owl. But your guard dog is always going to attack, and it is very tiring to have your guard dog all the time. It doesn't feel good. So on the other hand, your wise owl is the one that is going to tell you, hey, let's think about this situation. Yes, let's stop. What can you do instead? So the guard dog is going to, pet your wise owl is going to pet your guard dog, and is going to calm your guard dog down. And then is going to give you the option to make better choices, to have better reactions. All right, we're gonna think about a situation, and then possible reactions. Okay, so I have some thoughts and possible reactions here. All right, so the situation is that there is a party and you realize that you're not invited. Okay, so that situation is happening. So you have two choices. Now, this is going to be the guard dog choice, or this orange. So the thoughts that you might have with that situation: nobody likes me. What if everybody's talking about me because I'm the only one that wasn't invited? Everyone is so mean. Why do people hate me? I'm not enough. Ooh. Now guess what type of emotions are you going to feel with that? Probably uncomfortable emotions, right? So the emotions: hurt, I feel angry, I feel very disappointed, I feel ashamed, I feel excluded, I feel rejected, and I feel so annoyed, so many uncomfortable emotions. So with those thoughts and those uncomfortable emotions, guess about your reactions. They can't be good, right? So you're gonna probably cry, you're gonna probably yell, you're going to probably hurt others with your words, or you're going to hurt yourself with your words, like having that negative self conversation. Nobody likes me, I'm not good enough, what's wrong with me? So, and all of that is going to bring even more uncomfortable emotions. So you're going to feel anxious, you're going to feel overwhelmed, you're going to feel rejected again. So it's just a cycle. It's a cycle. Then everything is connected, and that guard dog is actually not helping you. On the other hand, same situation. Okay, there is a party and you realize that you are not invited. But this time your wise owl is going to be more in control. So you're going to stop, you're going to breathe, and you're going to bring your wise owl. So your wise owl is going to start thinking, they didn't invite me. Maybe they just forgot to give me the invitation. I'm probably not the only one that is not invited. I can make other plans. And you know what? To be honest, not everybody has to like me. I don't like everyone either. So, okay. So the emotions that you are going to feel with those thoughts are probably you're going to still feel a little bit disappointed, right? Because as humans, we like to feel accepted. And you're probably going to feel disappointed. You're going to feel confused too. Like, why didn't they invite me? Okay, yeah. But the difference is that with your wise owl in control, you're not going to stay and hold on to those emotions. You're going to probably be more understanding, like with that thought that, yeah, I don't like everybody. Everybody doesn't have to like me either. So it calms yourself down. You're going to be curious too. Okay, what else can I do? Or I wonder if, like, who else is not invited? I can do a plan with them. And then your reactions are probably going to talk to a few friends and make another plan, or just tell yourself it's just a party. Like, I'm not going to give too much importance. So you're going to feel calmer. You're going to feel more in control of your reactions, and everything is going to be different. So with your guard dog, it's like the intensity is there and it doesn't feel good. With your wise owl, it feels better. You are more in control. And remember, you are in control of your inside world, but you're not in control of your outside world. So anything that happens in your outside world, you don't have any control. You don't have any control over what people say, what people do, how people react, the way they say things. You don't have any control over. But you do have control over how you want to react. Do I want my guard dog to be in charge, or do I want my wise owl? I'm going to let you think about that. All right. So make sure that you stop when anything happens in your outside world. You stop, you breathe, think about what you can do about it, what do you need, and then you continue, and then you react. You are in charge of your thoughts. You are in charge of your emotions. You are in charge of your reactions. I'm not saying that it's easy. It takes time, right? And it takes you to be more aware of those ants. It takes you to be more aware of how your body is showing you those emotions. But you can do it. And it's just with practice. Like anything that you have learned is because of practice. When you were in school and you learned the ABC song, it's because your teachers were constantly singing the ABC song, and then your brain memorized it, right? So same with this. The more you practice, the more being aware of your thoughts, understanding the emotions, and calling your wise owl, the more your brain is going to memorize how to react and how to stop, breathe, and think. Thank you, everybody. And I hope that you can practice this. And remember, you are in charge of your inside world. You're not in charge of your outside world. Be in charge of your inside world. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Frances has dedicated over 27 years to working with parents and children in family-focused environments, striving to help both reach their full potential. While passionate about her work, Frances recognised the limitations of her role and the impact on her own well-being, prompting her to seek a more balanced approach to supporting families.
To have Frances join us, and while she's joining us, I'll bring up her beautiful bio. So Frances has been dedicated to working with infants and toddlers for over 30 years. And although she has pursued various callings, writing books for toddlers, preschoolers, and their
Lovely, Marie. We are live. We're just jumping on now, lovely people, just to explain the next video. Our beautiful speaker is unable to attend. So we are just going to share her beautiful story from our last summit, just to hopefully get the message across. So hopefully that explains. Marie, did you want to add any more?
And it's taken it.
It is a bit glitchy. Oh.
Okay, beautiful people. You know, I was legit just talking before Lee jumped in and I paused and I thought you all heard what I was saying. But it's one of those days. We've just had some storms hit us here. I think, our beautiful friends are unable to join us just to unwellness. So that's why we've got beautiful Frances joining us with Shika as well from our last summit. So, you know, Lee and I have done quite a few this year, and it's such a pleasure to have access to amazing content that also is relative and relatable to this beautiful space. So thank you, Frances, for spending the time with us previously, and I know you're unwell. And beautiful Shika in India is having terrible reception as well. And, you know, the audience that are listening now in the replay, just really honoring your patience and just bearing with us. But this beautiful next piece is around looking at our unique gifts. And we spoke about that in our last summit, and we loved it so much that we wanted Frances to share more of that in this particular summit. So we're going to share that replay as Flea mentioned earlier, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
to have Frances join us, and while she's joining us, I'll bring up her beautiful bio. So Frances has been dedicated to working with infants and toddlers for over 30 years. And although she has pursued various callings, writing books for toddlers, preschoolers, and their caregivers is her true passion. As a single adoptive mother of a child with special needs, Frances draws inspiration from her experiences with families, daycare teachers, preschool educators, and as a mother. The idea of her book emerged from her observations and interactions over the years, working with children and their caregivers. Many believe they must read the text as it is, which can be challenging for the little ones who struggle to sit still. Frances's book invites caregivers to use their imagination with modeling this skill for toddlers and preschoolers. It's also perfect for children who focus more on words than pictures, allowing the words to come later while prioritizing social interaction and building essential social emotional skills through storytelling. This is a powerful topic, and we bridged on this yesterday in our last panel with the power of reading and storytelling and the genius zones of the kids, and our little people are the best teachers. Welcome, Frances. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you guys doing?
So good. We're so excited to have you here.
Thank you.
And
I'm
so
excited to be
Frances, beautiful. And so Frances, with this beautiful piece, I suppose, around storytelling and working with young people, I suppose, what is it that you've noticed in your time in the spanning of 30 years, the disconnect, I suppose, that has allowed you to connect the dots in your world?
I am a mother. Yes, baby.
It's all about it.
You can get your night clothes, okay?
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. I'm sorry. So what over the years in working in early intervention and working with families, I found that when they say that there's not a book, they don't give you a book when it comes to parenting. Well, the same thing comes true with children. But children don't come with a book that they can, they know and what to do and things like that. So I really wanted to figure out a way to help, because a lot of times now when I see families and children when I work with them and stuff, is that everyone is, rightly so trying to work to provide for their family, but we still need to look at that social piece of what children need. And, we tell the children, don't do that, better and stuff, but how do they know better? We have to model for them, we have to show. And so, yeah. So that's where I came up with the thought. And not only that, it was the struggle I had in trying to find what worked best for me. When I started out, I became a parent late. I am now 54, soon to be 55, and I didn't become a mom until I was 45. I met my son, who you've met, Jaden. I worked in early intervention, and he was actually one of the children I worked with. But I wasn't planning on adopting, but it worked out that I did adopt. But when I first started and was looking for what I could do to help families, I thought, well, I could, help families with their educational process and with their the papers and things like that. But once I became a parent, I realized that time is something I don't have a lot of. So I had to be cautious of what I could do for other people and still provide for my family. So that was a struggle. And then after going into the world of coaching and having coaches and things like that, and meeting people, I really got off track with kind of like trying to do like what others do and not really focusing in on my uniqueness. I was like, well, this person did this, maybe I could do that. Or this person did this, maybe I could do that. But again, everybody's different. And there are people that have more children than I do. Some people don't have children. Some people have more supports. And I just realized that I was overwhelming myself by trying to do what others were doing and not being my unique self. So that was something that I struggled with. And I was telling Felicia that one of the things I struggled with too was trying to do everything. Even when people didn't ask me, I was still trying to do it. And that is tiring. So my first tattoo, I think at 50, my only tattoo I have on my arm that only I can see really is, can I do that? It says, I am enough. And I sometimes have to look at that and realize I am enough. I don't need to do more than what I'm already doing. Because a lot of times I take on assignments that no one wrote for me or asked me to do. And it takes away from not only myself, but my son and my family. So that was something that I had to really struggle with too. And even though I was aware of it, it's been as of late that I've been able to actually put it into practice and say, hey, I can't do this. And I don't need to do this. Someone else can do this. So yeah. So that's been something that I really struggled with, but I'm becoming a part of. I'm owning it. I'm owning that I am unique and I have different ways of doing things. And one of the things that makes me unique is that I have ADHD and I can't hide it because everybody who knows me knows that I do. So, but it also helps me to be more creative. I work sometimes when I see something, I'm like, okay, it can go this way. So that's what helped me to know that the book concept was good because when I started the wordless books, I realized I see things and I don't need the words. I come up with a picture, a story, and I just put those pictures there. And it's like, I don't want it to be confining in that you think that you have to tell it the way I do. I want it to be, you have the pictures. If you got time, you can spend a minute on a page. If you've got a child that's ready to go to bed or doing this, that, and the other, or you have something to do, you spend a couple of seconds on the page, but you're telling the story and you're able to do that and be a part of your child's life, and you're bonding with them. A lot of times when I've seen people read books to children, they're more concerned because that's what society tells us. The words are there. Read those words, get those words in. Even if your child is screaming and having a fit, I'm like, you can skip a page, but they feel like their child is missing something. And no, but you need to adjust. And I feel like the books give parents permission to adjust accordingly to what they need. So yeah. So I hope that helped a little.
I'll get in. Go ahead.
And
I'm sneezing, Francis, so you'll have to bear with my sneezing.
That's
And
okay.
it's 4:30, so I'm just trying to still get there. This third day of being 4:30 a.m. in the morning, getting up. But Francis, first of all, a lot of love for you that I have, and you've been in the book. You've been with me through and through last 2.5, 3 years, supporting me. You're in the self-portrait workshop, one of the first few people in the self-portrait workshop, embracing it for your authenticity. I'm enough card deck. So I know their journey has been there with Jaden, and I'm seeing Jaden grow as well last 3 years, 4 years. And because this is a story, when I brought you in the book, I found your story very unique, in the way that you think the other way. I know sometimes, but you're a very courageous woman to be able to step in your 40s, late 40s, and then work with this child who's just talking to you in your school and say, I'll take you, I'll be with you, I'm your mom, and then work through it and adopted him and then made him your life. And how both of you are just growing together, walk together, do things, struggle, everything. So let's get to that story part of you as a mom also, because many need to know this aspect of motherhood as well, rather than always we just get stuck in a particular role. Even bonus mom is a particular role still accepted very easily. But for you to have Jaden, meeting him, what was the day, how did it happen, how did you decide at 45 that even if he has a little struggle with things, he's still mine, and I'll be with him for the rest of my life? So let's hear that story, because that's inspiring.
And it's a story I love to tell. So thank you. I actually met Jaden in May of 2015. I worked in early intervention, and I went on a home visit. And I remember he didn't talk. He wasn't walking at the time, and he was sitting on the floor with the way his legs were sitting. He was just waving like this, and I was like, "Hey!" And so I became his educator, service coordinator. And I worked with him, and he received occupational therapy, and that occupational therapist is now his auntie. So yeah, and he received physical therapy as well as developmental that I offered. And then he went into the school system in a preschool program. And I found out that the foster family that was going to adopt him changed their mind. I'm not sure why. And I remember I walked from, it couldn't have been more than 5 feet when my then supervisor told me. I walked over to the phone. I called the social services department, and I told them that I was interested in adopting. And because of the time of the year and stuff, they told me to wait till January. And when I tell people I was happily single, I was happily single. I had planned for my 45th birthday. I was going to Paris, and I went to Paris. So and then I was going to go to Ireland and Scotland after that, in the years to come. Haven't made it there. Made it to Disney World, but that's as far as I've made it. But so yeah, so I started the process in January of 2016. But I have to say that it was because of the strong support system that I had that I was able to make it through, because Jaden had a lot of medical issues. He had a feeding tube, he had some heart issues. And I remember one day getting a phone call from his pediatrician, the nurse at his pediatrician's office. And I pulled over on the side of the road, and she told me all the doctor's appointments that he'd missed and the ones I had to make up. And I started crying. I started crying because I didn't know how, as a single mom, a new single mom, how I would do all that. And I called some of my friends, and they were like, we got you. If we need to go with you, we go with you. And that's what happened. And I have to say, not only that, I told my dad that I wanted to adopt, and my dad was like, and he was like, if that's what you feel like you want to do, then I'm here to support you. I told my brother was like, adopt what? I was like, a little boy. He was like, okay. So again, he was like, I'm here to support you. And my sister's been here to support me, my cousin, everybody, my friends. It has been one of those things that I always talk about, the circle of friends and the first circle of support, but remembering that you are the center of that circle. And it might be about Jaden, but I'm still the center of that circle. So some people I've had as friends, they may still be my friend, but they're not a part of that circle, because I need someone that sees me as a parent and, yes, as an individual, but I can't do some of the things I used to do because I have a child, And then there's sometimes that there may be things I want to do, and I've got people that offer to watch him for me so that I can do those things. So that's important to me too. But as with Jaden, he just that's how it started, and it's been a journey. I did say that if I did adopt, I wanted to adopt older children. I didn't want to do the potty training. I didn't want to do the diaper changing and stuff like that. So Jaden came with diaper changes and potty. And I will say this, I had been in therapy before, but I went back to therapy because potty training is not for the weak. Not at all. It needs consistency. It needs encouragement. It needs a lot of things that, as a new mom, I could tell other parents, be on a schedule, do this, that, and that. But when you have to do it, it's a whole new world. And I won't sing that, but it's a whole new world. So I think that's part of the knowing yourself and your uniqueness. I wasn't ashamed of I had to go back to therapy or to go to therapy. I knew for the best me and for the best Jaden, that's what I needed. I wanted to break some of those childhood traumas and childhood situations. And the only way I could do that was to talk it out and make sure that I was being the best that Francis could be, and not pulling in past traumas and past situations that I didn't want him to experience. So, yeah. So after, he received the therapies he needed, and they told me he wouldn't talk. And I think you guys heard him. And my dad told me one day that I would be like, Lord, thank you for that. But and some days I'm like, I hear mama so many times, and he wants to tell me stories, and I listen because I remember when he used to come from school and I'd ask him what was going on at school, he would be like, he wouldn't say anything. Or then when he was like, I don't know. Now, when he went to his first dance on Friday, he told me who he danced with. He told me how he danced. And I was just like, yes, yes. So it has been a journey, but it hasn't been a hard journey because I haven't done it by myself, so that's been very important to me. And it has been great too, because it's allowed me to meet other people that, have had the same, they've had similar journeys in that they've adopted. And I've actually come across a lot of people that I was friends with before, and now they've adopted. I have one friend that I was visiting her, and she was telling me that her and her husband were looking to adopt. And she said that but her son's name was Jaden and this child's name is Jaden. And she wanted to, but then they didn't want to change that. I said, let me see a picture. And she showed me a picture of my child. I said, no, I'm adopting him. So she ended up adopting a little girl. So yeah, I was like, he's mine. So, but yeah, it's just, small world kind of thing. But yeah, so it's been a journey, and I've had to also, like as a service coordinator and as when I work with other families, I'm very, you have to do this for your child. They can't do that and things like that. But when it came to my child, I was worried that I would be too much of a mama bear. And then that's something I had to get over too, because that's my child. And if I don't do it, I can't expect for other people. So some things that I make sure that I do is I go to at least one field trip. I want people to know that's my child. And I want them to know that I'm involved. I can't be as involved as maybe some other people or some other parents, but I want them to know that if they have a question or if there's a need, I'm there. So, and I also am lucky too that if I can't be, I've got people that'll say, well, if let me know if I'm available, I can go. So that's been a blessing as well. So yeah.
Mm. And I remember sitting one day, Francis, and you were crying about.
Ah, beautiful. And I know we had to just cut that short a little bit, and that whole panel discussion, you can come back and check it out at Awakening Academy. We had beautiful Shika just joining at the end there, and we dive deeper into more of this embracing our unique power, trusting the intuition within ourselves. And you get to hear more of Francis's story in the pre-recording. Flea, it has been such an amazing day, and this piece around embracing our unique gifts. We've heard from amazing speakers already and little snippets of our youth. And what I suppose has been something that you've enjoyed or landed in already today's session so far?
I like that everybody has, like when we really tap into ourselves and understanding how we feel lives, and we generally end up happier for it. That's the takeaway I've been getting, is that when we understand that feeling inside of us that, okay, this is a trigger, this is an emotion that is driving me. How can I control that? How can I regulate that? How can I come back into a transformative way of knowing myself so that I don't have to continue feeling this way? I think this is the biggest thing. And a lot of our youth, like that we heard earlier, talking about their emotions, it's like they just need something to distract them almost. It's like, I don't want to feel this way and I don't know what to do with it. Help me. And sometimes that regulation does come as a tantrum. Help me. I don't know what I'm doing with this feeling. What is it? I don't feel safe. I don't feel secure. And just coming back to embracing the child and listening. Really, like the biggest thing is to listen. What do they need? If you're coming in as a helicopter parent, as some people have said today, where the minute they fall over, oh, sorry, they're never going to understand that regulation of themselves, and they're going to depend on it and perhaps resent it later on. And it's not a bad thing. I know I've had my kids have the falls where it's like, oh yeah, they're walking, and next thing the table is hitting them in the head, and you're like, oh, okay, I don't want you to walk anymore, just sit down, stop, please, you scared me. But that's a me understanding and my emotion, and I didn't realize that as a parent, that those quick responses and those trigger reactions can actually amplify the situation. So
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of this is just building on these deeper ways we can understand ourselves.
Mm. Oh, and that curiosity, that going in deeper. This is why we love having conversations like this, which is fabulous. And we're so excited to have our next guest join us, Mwanza, who jumped in with us earlier. So I know she's backstage, hopefully ready to join us. And there are just a few little delays, obviously, with the technical issues, any buffering. So thank you for bearing with us, beautiful audience. And Flea, do we have Mwanza's intro, or shall I read it out aloud? Okay, great.
I'm going to send it through.
Our next speaker, Mwanza, is a multifaceted leader, a mother, best-selling author, and social entrepreneur with a passion for empowering youth and fostering innovation. Based in Zambia, Mwanza is the co-owner of Charlie's Angels MPG Academy, where she supports the growth and education of young minds. As the founder and president of the African Youth Social Entrepreneurs, Mwanza is dedicated to guiding the next generation of changemakers in creating sustainable, impactful solutions for their communities. Her work inspires young entrepreneurs to turn their visions into reality while addressing pressing social challenges across Africa. In addition to her entrepreneurship, Mwanza is a certified information systems auditor, specializing in cybersecurity, showcasing her commitment to leveraging technology for progress and safety in the digital age. Through her diverse roles, Mwanza continues to make a powerful impact, blending innovation, leadership, and heart to uplift youth and build a brighter future. Welcome.